Good morning and welcome back to East Midlands and welcome back to Live Flight Action. Busy finishing setting up this morning, but the Ryanair service landing in from Barcelona just in front of us now. That one just a little bit out of view, about to make its way onto the apron. There you go, that one just turning off the taxiway there. A few delays on the services this morning and into this afternoon. We should be sticking around for the majority of the day to catch a lot of those in. The Ryanair 747 is making its way in this afternoon. Registration on that one, Golf Oscar November Echo Echo, the one that's been out of service for quite a long time, the one that we've been seeing on the streams right in front of us. Now that one is making its way in this afternoon. I think that one's delayed by about an hour or so. Just have a quick look where that one is making its way in from. Now that one making its way in from Astana. Scheduled arrival time on that just before 3 PM. Let's have a close-up look at the Ryanair now. This one parking right on the end of the stand there, so we should have quite a good view of this one disembarking from this angle. Anyway, a bit of heat haze with us today. So another fine day out here at the airport. And the Aeropark is now open to the public as well. There we go, it's just a final mess around with some settings this morning. There we go, hopefully that should make a bit of a difference. Just notched up ever so slightly. There we go. Should be okay with now. Let us know if you have any issues with the sound on the duration of today's stream. We'll try and adjust them accordingly. But everything should be working just about okay for us at the minute. You see just how warm it is at the minute. Well, perceived to be warm anyway. Temperature looks like it's just about to reach 12 degrees. Definitely a lot of heat haze in front of us this morning.
Oh, let's go down the steps.
Pretend you're circling where I want to go.
So not so long then before the majority of today's action starts. Probably the next 45-50 minutes or so. Starting nice and early with the opening of the Aeropark this morning. And hopefully running into this afternoon to catch the arrival of that one. We've got the Helvetic Embraer 190 in from Zurich as well. That one with a scheduled time of around 2:30 this afternoon. So look with this one, there's an outbound scheduled as well. So a quick look. Just having a quick look at the registration there. It looks like two different Embraers. One inbound and one outbound. The outbound should be departing around 4:30 this afternoon, so probably with the close of the Aeropark. But the arrival should be with us around 2:30. That one making its way in from Zurich. So that'll be another rare catch at East Midlands this afternoon. We've got the Malta Air showing as well. The Malta Air in from Rhodes, that with a scheduled arrival of 3:20 this afternoon. So let's have a quick, while that Ryanair is disembarking that, let's have a quick run through scheduled arrivals for the rest of this afternoon. Just in front of us there, the Ryanair service in from Barcelona, operated by 737 MAX, registration on that one. Echo India Golf Juliet, flight time on that one today, 2 hours on the dot. That one landing just a couple of minutes ahead of its scheduled arrival time this morning. We also have the Bombardier Challenger pinging up on radar. Nothing in the air just yet for that one. That one owned by Ryanair, of course, scheduled to make departure from Stansted this morning up to East Midlands, and then back down from Stansted to East Midlands to Stansted. Doesn't have anything pinging up on that one just yet, so we'll keep an eye out. We were expecting that on last week's stream as well, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So look a little further ahead of schedule then. The DHL 757 making its way in from Reykjavik. This one you usually see on our evening streams here at East Midlands. That one slightly delayed by about 25 minutes or so. That one should be in at about 20 to 1. Ryanair service in from Faro at about 12:15, and then the Chewy service in from Malaga and Jet2 service in from Alicante. They're expected at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, give or take a few minutes. And moving just a little further out on the schedule, delayed service, slightly delayed service, Jet2 service in from Malta. That one delayed by about 15 minutes, due in at around 2 p.m. And the Ryanair 747, that one landed into East Midlands, scheduled arrival time on that one just before 3 p.m. this afternoon. And then we'll keep an eye out on the rest of the arrivals. Departures wise, the Ryanair service off to Wrocław, that's due out at about 12 o'clock. Ryanair service to Rome just a few minutes before, and the ATR, West Atlantic ATR, down to Guernsey, that one due at about 2:25 this afternoon. So a little heavier on the arrivals than we are departures, but not too long to wait at all. So thank you very much for everybody who's joining us so far from East Midlands this morning. And good morning to you, Becky, Craig, Hazel. Thank you very much for joining us in the chat, Sharkface as well. Hey, good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us this early on. Yes, we've got the majority of the weather here with us this morning. Very bright out, and a little bit of warmth as well, a little bit of a breeze, so making it slightly chillier. Hopefully that should die down just a little bit as we progress into this afternoon. But again, we'll run for as long as we can. Departures and arrivals can dip off ever so slightly this time of the day at East Midlands, but waiting for the majority of those services to return back into us now. A lot of those departing out in the earlier hours of this morning. I'll stand over there looking populated somewhat. I'll just finish off setting up a bit more power though, and then we'll straight back on it. Just bear with us just a couple of minutes. Quite a bit of traffic overhead of us at the minute, literally directly above us. A lot of RAF action this morning. Seems like a lot of typhoons making their way over towards Wales for a bit of training in the sun. And there we go. Get that final bit of power plugged in there. So, just have a quick look on the DHL ramp then. Well, we've got the opportunity. So it's quite light over there at the minute. It's like the A300 on the first stand there this morning. There you go, and the 767 on this stand next to it, a couple of stands across. And then right on the very end stand, just another 767. There you go. It's quite a scenic view from where we are. Yeah, very good opportunity to get out and spot a lot of the overheads as well this morning, making their way up from the south. There we go. All quiet for the time being. Let's get that back up on that Ryanair. Have a quick look at that one as it finishes off disembarking this morning. So it looks like the 737 MAX in front of us then, I can get my words out. The service landing in from Barcelona, the one just disembarking there. And that one is back off to Vraslav in about 50 minutes, 45-50 minutes time. So ground crew there just working away to get that one offloaded, and we'll be working to get that one loaded back up again. So just a little bit of time to wait for those departures then. So the schedule has shifted a little bit since we set up the stream. So just some of those services a little delayed. But making their way in the next 50 minutes or so though. The Ryanair service in from Faro, Chewy service in from Malaga, and then the Jet2 services in from Alicante and Malta. So look on the radar at just where those are then. So the Ryanair service making its way here from Faro, that just leaving the Bay of Biscay there, making its way over the last little part of France. So that one should be with us in about 45 to 50 minutes. That one quickly making its way up, currently cruising at 38,000 feet. And those two services, looks like the Jet2 and Chewy service, sorry. Jet2 service just about to leave the coast of Spain now. That one currently overhead Bilbao. Yeah, that one making its way in from Alicante. And the Chewy service in from Malaga, just a couple of minutes behind that one. The Jet2 currently cruising at 38,000 feet, and the Chewy service at 34,000 feet. Both of those services should be with us in about an hour and 30 minutes. So look just a little further afield, making its way from Malta then. Jet2 service. Half hours left to run. That one departing about 35-40 minutes ago. And quite a bit further north, the DHL 757 making its way in from Reykjavik. So this is one we currently see or regularly see on our evening streams. That one currently cruising at 37,000 feet, but managing to catch this one inbound during the early hours of the afternoon. That one with about an hour and 22 minutes left to run. So, not much we can do about that schedule, unfortunately, but thank you very much for sticking with us. Let's have a look back over on the DHL stand then. The forward door is open on the 767, so quite fortunate enough to catch a very good close-up view of the 767 service. That was making its way out to Cincinnati on Tuesday evening stream, managing to catch a bit of a side view straight into the flight deck of that one. So if you did miss that stream, definitely go back and have a look. And all of our other streams as well from East Midlands. Thank you to all those new subscribers as well and returning members for supporting the channel. It's great to see so many people in the chat on Tuesday evening as well. So thank you very much for it. I hope to stay around for that Cincinnati service to see it out as we were on 09 ops. But the weather had different ideas. Unfortunately, it got a little bit rained off just as we were leaving the aeropark and getting everything packed away. That rain did indeed start and came down quite heavy on the drive home. So very fortunate just to escape that. Let's have a look at a few details on the 767 in front of us. You may just be able to hear the typhoons just above us. So they can be quite difficult to spot, especially in the sunlight how it is. But it looks like they're working their way back over to Collinsby. So look at some detail on the 767 in front of us then. And we wait for those arrivals to make their way a little bit closer, and those departing aircraft to finish off loading up as well. So it looks like this one might be a night stopper. That one making its way in from Belfast yesterday evening, landing about 9:20, registration on that one. Golf Delta Hotel, Lima Papa, 767-300. Airframe 11 years of age. Let's have a look, see when that one is next scheduled to depart out. Nothing pinging up for that one yet. It's a relatively light day yesterday, just to Belfast and back, but nothing pinging up on that one just yet. Let's have a look further down the stand then. The other 767 on stand just had that forward door open. Registration on that one then ending Lima Echo. So making as much use of the radar as we can for some of this information. And we're making its way in from Leipzig very early hours of this morning. Landing just before 2:50. Registration on that one then. Just about, see that? Golf Delta Hotel Lima Echo. Aircraft then 15 years of age. And again, doesn't look like anything is currently filed for that aircraft. So the loadings for later on into this afternoon, not very densely populated with those departures. They usually start to ping up in the next couple of hours or so, once those flight plans get filed. For the time being, all quiet. The A300 on stand, so you can get a bit of a close-up of that registration. Have a look at the detail of that one. Just like this one making its way in from Milan. Again, in the very early hours of this morning, landing about 1:10. A registration on that. Looks like this is Irish registered. I think this one may be operated by ASL. Registration Echo India Lima Delta Charlie, and this one 20 years of age. It's one of the older aircraft in the DHL fleet. But for the time being, not a lot going on the DHL ramp over there. So a quick look around back on that apron in the distance. Oh, a little bit too far. There we go.
Are you recording it live, mate? Yeah.
Let's have a look. So not very long to wait for those first departures then. Let's have a look. that service out to Vraslav should be starting up in the next 20 to 25 minutes. Just about to see everybody making their way onto the aircraft there. It's like they're going to board that one just a little early. That one's scheduled to be out at about 12:05.
He actually got you when you were holding it.
Looks like they're going to make use of the rear stair there. We'll try and get a little bit more sheltered if we can. The sun just glaring down on us now. So the Aeropark is open to the public today, so we'll notch that sound down just a little bit on the main cameras, just to take the edge off everybody's excitement. So it's very popular with families, so apologies for any background noise, but we'll try our best to minimise that if possible. We do have something that we're working on with the Aeropark to improve our location, so we'll try and bring you more on that over the coming weeks as we work on it. That should hopefully put us in a more advantageous position to get a bit of a better view over the airfield. Yeah, but more on that as it comes out of a testing phase. But for the time being, just the Ryanair in front of us starting to board up now. So look then, on the stand next to it, the Ryanair service to Rome. That should be the 737 just behind the Jet 2 737 there. That one should be boarding as well. This one's scheduled to be departing about 10 minutes prior to that Vraslav service. I think we'll try and get a bit more coverage just to protect the camera if we can. Somewhere. Oops. There we go. We are shielded as best we can be. As always, as that sun makes its way around, inevitably going to have to be moving position. So hopefully we can try and mitigate that. Best as we possibly can anyway. Apologies for any movement there. There we go. Hopefully that should shield us just a little bit more. So the main concern is anything overheating. that should assist us just a little bit.
Hey, Red, I see like a meow. Stop it! Stop it! Fucking me!
I'm going to have a drink while we got the chance. So just the Ryanair services we're waiting on then to board. The service after Rome should be first. That one's due out in about 20 minutes. And I'll look on the inbounds as well. So the Ryanair service in from Faro.
It's on YouTube.
Come have a look, I'll show you. Come have a look. So can you see on this screen then? So you can see there's everything coming in. So saying just when you're in front of the camera there, you might get in the picture. So I don't want you to get very famous on YouTube without reason.
I'm already
Your mum she might not be very happy with me if you get on the camera.
I'm already famous on the train. Oh yeah, you are.
So can you see, look, so you got the Ryanair in front there. That one's going to go out in about 15 minutes.
So
if you look,
DHL on there.
Does they're coming in though.
Which one's there?
That one's coming in. So that one is at the minute all the way. There is it. Let's have a look.
DHL. Is there DHL arriving soon?
All the way up in Scotland at the minute.
Wow.
So it's just kind of a stone away, so it's right at the very top of Scotland, and it's going to be with us in about an hour.
Okay.
So the next one out then is going to be, you see that Ryanair there?
Yeah.
And that's that one in the very distance. You see the very end Ryanair there?
Yeah.
So that one's going out to Poland, and then the one next to it, that one's going out to Rome. So in about 20 minutes time, they'll be taking off.
I have a camera like, do you know like, oh, do you know like one of them kiddie ones? No way, you can open the lid and there's the like.
Oh, the photos.
No, you open like one of them old Sony cameras. Oh no. Let me ask my grandma.
So it's like that Raslav service then is in a process of should hopefully be finishing boarding anytime soon. And the Rome service of course next to it as well. Good day, sorry, good, almost afternoon, still morning. Good morning to everybody in the chat as well. Thank you very much for being with us from East Midlands this morning. So all quiet just for the time being then, by the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully those Ryanair services should start pushing back.
Excuse me, do you know when the next plane's due?
It should be, just bear with me. At 30 minutes. Coming in, and then those two Ryanair just on the end there, they should be going out in about 20 minutes time. They should be going out that way. Sorry?
What's the landing one livery?
That's a Ryanair as well.
Oh.
So a lot of Ryanairs today.
Especially them little Cessnas. Oh, yeah.
Nothing going on. So we're just out here enjoying the weather again while we can, and we should resume normal streaming schedules or evening schedules into the evening next week, Tuesday and Thursday. Well, for the time being, while we've got the chance, making most of the weather. Let's see if we can catch anything out of the ordinary during the daytime as well. So the Helvetic Embraer 190 making its way in from Zurich. That should be with us at about 2:30 this afternoon. And any outbound service as well, returning to Zurich. Both aircraft under different registrations, so they may be making their way in for some paint work, or to be resprayed into a new livery. A lot of the Embraers that we've seen into East Midlands, mainly the start of this year, the end of last year, start of this year, have been Lufthansa Cityline aircraft being repainted into the Air Dolomiti livery, making their way into East Midlands from various locations in Germany, and then of course making their way out back to Italy under that Air Dolomiti livery. So the Ryanair aircraft in the distance, and the furthest on the left, it's like the stairs have been moved out of place for that one now. Hopefully that one should be making its way out to Vraslav anytime soon. Hmm. Raymond, just knocking the sound down a bit, just out of courtesy to see everywhere that's around us really. So it's very popular with families at the minute, being half term. I don't want to catch anybody on camera that doesn't want to be, so just knocking that sound down back a tiny bit, but that shouldn't impede on the sound of the aircraft. You should hear those as loudly as we can. But it's like the Ryanair service off to Rome, just pushing off stand now then. We are on runway 27 operations today, so these aircraft will be departing from the left of us and overhead. Casey, good morning to you. Did see you in the chat there. Thank you very much for joining us. And Elise as well. Yeah, Craig, it's not unusual to see volume like this at East Midlands, especially during the daytime, the early hours of the afternoon, or sorry, late morning into the early hours of the afternoon. So a lot of those services have made their way out this morning, usually starting from about 5 to like 8 or 9 a.m. So they're all just about to or have reached their destination. We'll be making our way back into East Midlands a little later this afternoon. But we're also out of our normal hours of streaming as well. We usually stream from around 5:30 till 9 p.m. But we're just out here today making the most of the weather. So having a little break from normal streaming schedule while we can. So a lot of the aircraft movements can be up and down depending on the schedules of those services as well, and any delays to those scheduled services. As we've seen, a couple of knock-on delays this afternoon, but it's like the aircraft, making their way out as fast as we possibly can. East Midlands not a very popular airport during the day, but we like it, and it's local to us. So we can pick something up for you a little later on the stream. So we do have the One Air 747 due in a little later this afternoon, and of course there's a Helvetic Embraer 190s. For that first service then, just to the rear of the apron there, the Ryanair 737, making its way off to Rome. Registration on that one, Echo India Echo Kilo Tango. And let's spin around if we can and try and show you that A380 service into Manchester while we wait for the Ryanair service to start up. So we'll catch it if we can. A little high up for us. See if we can find a reference point there. There we go, just about catch the A380 there on its way into Manchester. There you go. So look for that Ryanair service there making its way out to start at runway 27 now. There you go, quickly making its way down to the start of 27 now. Hopefully the
Plane there, was it a 747?
A380, that one. Is it Emirates A380?
Oh, okay.
There we go then, the service to Vraslav still on stand over there. Ryanair service after Rome and just at the start. Oh, runway 27 now. Hopefully my panning skills will be a lot better than they were last week. So we're a little more sheltered from the sun this time.
I'll save my piss for the next.
Here we go then. Quite a bit of cloud in front of that one there. You should be able to watch this one bank to the left though. Make its start of its turn towards the south. That one currently passing through 3,300 feet there. There you go, that one may disappear into that cloud in a minute. The Vraslav service looks like that one is going to be delayed by about 20 minutes or so, so that one is still on stand. So I'll pan around and catch that one if we can. There we go. Lock off on that one there. Still on stand at the minute, so one will have a slight delay. That one is scheduled at 12:25 now. But a number of aircraft making their way in the Ryanair service in from Faro. That one not too far out at all. Let's have a quick look on the map as to where that one is. And currently just passing west of, sorry, not west, directly overhead Northampton. That one should be with us in about 10 minutes. We should be able to watch that one in on stand as well this afternoon. Services a little further away from us, and the DHL in from Reykjavik should be with us in about 35 minutes. That one making its way down just south of Glasgow at the minute. And then couple of services just about to make their way towards the coast of France. Jet ski service in from Alicante. That should be with us in about 40 minutes, and the Chewy service in from Malaga, arriving with us in about 50 minutes. The inbound service from Faro, then operated by Ryanair. Registration on this one 9 Hotel Victor Echo. This one delivered in December 2022. Flight time today should be around 2 hours and 30 minutes, or just shy of. That one currently winging its way towards us, though, making up a lot of ground there. May just about be able to see that one in the distance, but the sun is quite strong above us at the minute. So we'll catch up with that one as it gets a little bit closer towards us. So thanks for being with us this afternoon now, just shifting into this afternoon. A regular change from our normal streaming times. But as we say, making the most of the weather. Guys, sorry, do you mind? Sorry. Making the most of the weather while we can. And just while we're waiting for that, Ryanair didn't get a chance to say thank you very much to Alan Lee for the Super Chat donation on Tuesday's stream. So thank you very much for that. We'll put you in our usual Sunday update message at the end of this week. But thank you nevertheless. So look at that Ryanair service then, inbound from Faro now, just 5 minutes away from us. That one just northeast of Leicester.
Stop!
They're just a little too bright to spot that one in the distance, so I'll pick up with that as it makes its way down runway 27 to turn off onto the taxiway. The service to Vraslav still very much on a stand there, pinging up now though. I'm sure they're very eager to get going with that one, just to avoid any knock-on delays to the afternoon schedule for that aircraft. So this one was early in the greatest respect, landing into East Midlands about an hour ago. But it looks like just a little delay to the outbound service this afternoon. Pinging up though, you can just see the anti-collision beacon lights on there pinging away. And the service in from Faro just about to turn on to final approach now. There we go, the Vraslav service pushing off stand. Just a couple of minutes out then, the service in from Faro, passing through 2,500 feet now. That one will land straight in front of us there, or finish its landing roll straight in front of us, and then vacate off the taxiway onto the apron.
Let's go through here. Here.
The Ryanair service in from Faro then just overhead Kegworth now.
out there, I think it'll be better. It won't be quite so windy. Yeah, I think you can. Have a look. Have a look.
There you go then, the Ryanair service in from Faro, landing in onto runway 27 now. That one should be with us just a couple of seconds. There you go, taxiing very slowly off the runway there. Flight time on this one then, 2 hours and 29 minutes.
It was focusing on my leg, it was focusing on this side. That's fine. It's in it. I'm interested in
The Vraslav service still very much on the apron there, waiting to start its taxi out. And making its way to the forward stand of the terminal there. Now I'm going to stop. So look back over on the Vraslav service then. That one's still waiting to make its way out.
Is he taking off? Please, come your phone, please.
Now making its way out of the apron onto the taxiway then to the start of runway 27. We'll lose sight of that one. I'll pick that one back up hopefully as it rotates out. There you go, so look back on the apron so you can see any activity on that arriving service in from Faro in the distance there. The DHL 757 making its way down now. That one just south of Lancaster at the minute. That should be with us in about 20 minutes. Currently at 27,000 feet. Registration on this one today, Golf Bravo Mike Romeo Bravo. This one 37 years of age. So not too long to wait until we see that one landing. We'll see just about where that one vacates this afternoon. See if it makes use of the whole runway or if it'll make use of the earlier turning points. But for the time being, that service to Vraslav now making its way down to the start of runway 27 and that service in from Faro just in front of us there as well. Making our way in from the south, then the Jet 2 service from Alicante. That one around 30 minutes away from us now. And the Chewy service in from Malaga as well. About 35 minutes away from us. Both of those have left coast of France. The Jet 2 service making its way towards the east of the Isle of Wight over at Portsmouth. And they're routing up towards East Midlands. Looks like that one is going to route maybe over at Heathrow and make its way up that way. We'll see how heavily laden the 737 MAX is this afternoon then, as it makes its way back off to Vraslav. This one may rotate just a little early, but hopefully it'll make the most of the runway. I'll catch that rotation point a little further up. That one just about to enter onto runway 27 now. And there we go, the engines on that one throttling up. So we'll pan out and prepare to watch this one depart out of East Midlands this afternoon off to Vraslav. Oh, I'm currently passing through 2,500 feet there then.
I'm just coming back in.
People say
For God's sake. That was the best video I've ever got.
you know the way thing is.
That's going to be the best.
Airports.
We'll lock on that one there as it departs down towards the south now. And currently 3,900 feet, making its way through 4,000. There we go, just losing visual with that one now. So a quick look back on the apron over there then. So not long to wait until we see those next services arrive with us. .757 quickly making its way towards us. That one about 15 minutes away from us now. Just passing over the Peak District there, making its way down to Buxton now. 16,000 feet that one is passing through. So about 15 minutes, that one should be with us. The Ryanair just disembarking in front of us there. Keep an eye on that one. I'm going to grab a quick drink while I can, so just bear with me a couple of minutes. So look at those next arrivals then into East Midlands this afternoon. So a lot of traffic passing overhead of us this afternoon. A lot of Air Force traffic making their way in back over in the direction of Coningsby. Just about make that one out there. Very difficult with the size and speed of those aircraft to pick them out when it's like these. Oh, sorry, the weather is like this. Actually blink and then miss them. But the 757 not too far away from us now. This one just passing south of Bakewell there, making its way towards Carsington Water. And that'll be routing north of Derby and then making its way down over towards Nottingham and then making that turn in onto final approach for runway 27 this afternoon. We should be able to get quite a good close-up view of that one as it vacates and makes its way onto stand. Let's have a look at those services a little further south then. Jet 2 service in from Alicante then, making the routing we expected, just passing west of Heathrow Airport in the next couple of minutes. And then the Chewy service in from Malaga, about 5 minutes or so behind the Jet 2. Both of those services should be with us in about 20 to 25 minutes time. So a number of aircraft to watch in then in the next 20 minutes or so. And then those earlier morning services now returning back to East Midlands. The Jet 2 service in from Faro, overhead mainland Spain. That one with us in about an hour and 40 minutes. Jet 2 service in from Malta. That one still about an hour and 20 minutes to run. And the service in from Mahon, about 2 hours. But before that, we should see some departures this afternoon. We've already had a couple of Ryanairs depart in front of us. But likely from about 2 PM onwards, we'll get the majority of those departures from East Midlands this afternoon. The ATR making its way down to Guernsey about 25 past 2. Jet 2 service to Palma at 2:30. Cessna Citation making its way off to Faro as well at about 10 past 3. And then we have Jet 2 services to Gran Canaria, Ibiza and Krakow departing between 5 past 3 and 3:30. The Ryanair service to Fuerteventura is at 10 to 4. And the Blue Island service to Jersey departing around 4 PM this afternoon. So the 757 just north of Derby now, making its way towards Nottingham. That one should be with us in about 5 minutes. They're on all disembarked now, all those ancillary services moving away. Let's just have a quick pan across on the DHL ramp then if we can. It's like the 767 on the end. Maybe making just a little bit of noise. Sounds like the APU on that one maybe started up. We're hindered a little bit by the heat haze today as well. So we've been very fortunate to mitigate a lot of that heat haze while we've been streaming in the evenings. Unfortunately, the distance we are from the aircraft, our relative distance that we are, not a lot we can do about that, unfortunately. So it's a good opportunity for the wildlife out here, though. This one has been busy for quite a while. An eye on some of the wildlife on the grass verges there. There you go, that one moving off as well. It's been sticking around for a couple of hours. Looks like it's after something. The 767, not a lot happening with that one. It's Looks like the AP maybe started just to provide a bit of power. Looks like the cowling is up on that engine there. (757) then just south of Nottingham now, quickly making its way towards us. That one should be making a turn on to final approach in the next couple of minutes. Sun just disappearing on a cloud as well, making it ever so cold here. The wind isn't strong. It definitely has an effect when the sun disappears behind the cloud. So making its way in on the final approach then to East Midlands this afternoon, the DHL 757 making its way in from Reykjavik. Flight time on this one today then, 2 hours and 17 minutes, making its way down from Reykjavik. So we'll pan around onto that 757 as it makes its way into East Midlands in just a minute or so time. This one heading over Kegworth now, passing through 1,500 feet. Jet 2 service then here from Alicante, just north of Milton Keynes now, and that Malaga service operated by TUI just 5 minutes or so behind.
Cargo on schedule.
About 30 seconds.
Oh,
There you go then, the 757 just passing over the M1 there, approaching the threshold for runway 27. That one should become visible to us just a short few seconds. So let's pan around in preparation for catching this one and then now. There you go, then this one still with a bit of speed on it as it makes its way down the runway. So this one may be making use of the stand at the far end of the apron now. May well though taxi back down and use some of the stands closer to us. Right, let's get that camera set up. There we go. So the ground crew there, just at the front of the aircraft, ready to move in. Get that one set up for being offloaded this afternoon. Jet 2 service then, making its way up towards the south of Leicester now. Down about 8 minutes away from us, and the Chewy service only about 10 minutes away from us now. Okay then, the ground crew moving into place. Oh, the 757 ready to get that cargo offloaded. So those next two aircraft in the Jet 2 service from Alicante. Turning on to final now for runway 27 and the Chewy service, that one just east of Leicester, at 5 minutes behind the arriving Jet 2. And then the traffic goes a little bit quiet after these two arrivals. So I think on these two we'll probably end the stream there for the time being and then pick up in about an hour or so's time. So we'll try and schedule in a second stream. But with the lack of traffic at the minute, I think we'll go and enjoy the sun just for a couple of hours and then make our way back onto the stream a little later this afternoon.
Dad, can you come back up here by yourself?
Jet 2 service in from Alicante then, just over Kegworth now. Pan round just off the 757. Yeah, set up in preparation for watching that one in this afternoon. Registration on the arriving aircraft then, Golf Golf Delta Foxtrot Charlie. Flight time on this 2 hours and 20 minutes. Aircraft delivered in August 1998, 26 years of age on this airframe.
Elliot, come here.
There we go then, just about to come into view the Jet 2 service in from Alicante.
Be careful the fire ants, they bite. Fire ants, they bite. That's the next one.
Wait, that's not it. No, the two is going to I was my flight. Two is going to
The Chewy, our final approach into East Midlands now then. This one operated by the 737 MAX, registration Golf Tango uniform. Mike. First flight, April 2022. Flight time today, 2 hours and 26 minutes.
playing with the ants, are you? You can do it. Yeah, well done. Alright. That was a nice one. So in a place called just been who's that?
Get to pulling on to that forward stand down there. The Chewy service just about to touch down. Let's pan around and catch that one into East Midlands this afternoon. the Chewy into East Midlands this afternoon then. Now making its way in from Malaga.
I'll put them all onto my computer. If this somehow runs out of space, which it probably won't, I'll put in that other SD card. I don't know how to take them in and out. You're the one that put it in last time, and you struggled.
Chewy looks like it's going to make use of that forward stand there then. It should get quite a good close-up of this one disembarking.
Mum, it's there. Not a big deal.
Yeah, one isn't longer. It says...
There we go then, that one pulling in onto stand.
It's going to land at 1.7 and the boeing 757 is taking us at 1.5. So that's really close to each other.
With that. So I'll leave you with that one. So look at the Chewy then as this one gets ready to disembark this afternoon.
There's a cargo plane departing today.
Just have a look.
Because that plane's had its engines on.
Which one? The one on the end? I think that one. They're looking at the engine for that one. That one on the very end. So you can see him inside, he's doing some work on it. So it might not be going that. I think that one's not going to schedule flights just yet. But maybe tonight. Come have a look. No, come and have a look. So at the minute, as long as you're after, it's on YouTube at the minute. So it's streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
So we're just looking at the Chewy that's coming. So in a minute, you just about see the stairs on there being pushed into place. You see it just there.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'll go and knock on the door in a minute, make sure everybody's inside's all right, and then they'll open it.
Do you like East Midlands Life? Because I've seen these for Heathrow Airport.
Exactly like that. So usually come out on a night, which sounds a bit boring, but it gets a bit cold. So we're out in the day instead for just today.
Do you get cargo planes at night then?
Mainly cargo, mainly the DHL aircraft. So a little later on there's a 747 making its way in.
Oh.
That's coming from Astana, so I think that one is due in. Let's have a look. There we go. It's delayed a little bit, just before 3. So at the minute it is.
12, it's 1 o'clock.
That's where it is, right over Hungary at the minute. So it's still got a little bit to go, but that one should be making its way in. It's 747, that one.
So is that bigger than what generally comes in here then?
That's the biggest one that comes in here, yeah. Yeah. So there's a few 747s that are in the East Midlands. They're all under the One Air brand. I think there's about 4 airframes.
Oh, cool.
And they'll go across the world.
Astana is...
Start show you on the map. I'm not too sure. So look. Yeah, it's right. Where is it? So this one's made quite a trip. It's right there. On the edge of Asia.
Oh, yeah, like Eurasia kind of.
Yeah, so it's routed in. It's gone from there down towards Baku, Azerbaijan, and then sort of hopped across. So there's a couple making their way in. There's the Aerologic behind that one. That's in from Delhi. And then there's a few others. The Malta Air there making its way from Rhodes as well.
Wow. I don't feel like I can see all the ones that are coming in then on my... Not completely there. Yeah.
You can filter if you go on the airport view. You can sort of do that.
That's what I have got. Maybe I've just not scrolled down enough.
You can see everything that's coming in.
Azerbaijan.
So they're all making their way in.
Yeah.
It's just a bit touch and go at East Midlands. Sometimes you get a lot of traffic, sometimes you don't, but mainly on the evenings we get a lot of the cargo traffic in. So especially when, I think this weekend, when the wind changes direction, so at the minute it's blowing that way, so they're all landing in this way. But it's going to change at the weekend, so it'll switch to being an operation that way, so you can get a much better view.
Do these open so you can actually come in here?
Yeah, they're open this weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Late or?
I think they're up until 5, Saturday, Sunday, and they've got a few late night openings in May.
Yeah, we'll have to have a look at that because you'd like to come and see the cargoes, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Good.
What, is it just cargo?
Well, it's like the evening.
Yeah.
Oh, like...
I think it's sometime in May, yeah.
Coming off.
If you want to watch them, you can always watch me on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll have a look at
Yeah. What's your channel called?
Live Flight Action.
Have a look then, Kit. Live
There we go.
action.
If you put East Midlands Lives in, you'll see them all on there.
Yeah. Have a look at that, won't you?
So I've been going since the start of this year. It's been going quite well, so just making the most of it while the weather's nice.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you?
There's a lot of people that don't know about the Aeropark though, so we work with the Aeropark as well. So they let us in on an evening. It's only me here. there's there's nobody else.
Where do you film from
Yeah,
usually then?
so it's the same spot. But yeah, there's a couple of volunteers sticking around, so we jump in.
Yeah, if you ever watch as well, we can always say that you want, because I'm on like the chat now, so people are talking to us while you're there. So if you ever watch and then put who you are, we can always say hello to you.
Oh,
So
cute.
You have to have a look at that, won't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that watch. I think we probably get, at the minute, on average between 3,500 to 6,000 people watching in total. So it's growing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely playing
It's amazing how people are fascinated in them. There's something about it, isn't there?
Yeah.
people watch from all over as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get.
Somebody from Canada watching as well.
Oh,
So it's
really?
interesting that people
Yeah.
here
Yeah, it's
manage
just
to
like
buy
small airport, really, isn't it?
Oh,
But,
well, thank you.
it's all right.
Yeah, we were
You can see them
intrigued,
just.
weren't we?
They're just coming off that one now. Look.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You
they all
see
look
it, Kurt?
miserable.
All glad to be back.
You see him getting off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Returning home and it's all chilly compared
Yeah.
to.
do. It's always that feeling when you just get back.
Yeah.
Where you just want to stay on and go back.
Yeah. You just wait for the next flight.
Yeah. Right, let's go have a look at the board.
It's all right. See you later. So that you are then ready to finish disembarking there. There's the last few passengers just making their way off the rear of that aircraft. All right.
You're right, yeah. I was just wondering. I think you just answered the question I was going to ask.
It's all right. You can ask it again.
How do they ascertain what side they're going to take off and land from?
It's the wind direction.
It's just wind
Just the wind direction,
So,
yeah.
'Cause I remember coming when I was little, and I always remembered them coming in this way.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I thought it was the direction of the sun as well, taking off with the sun in your eyes and stuff.
It's mainly the wind. If you look at the windsock just down there, it'll be
Yeah.
pointing in that direction.
Yeah.
So they always take off into the wind. It's
Yeah.
just principles of
Into-
flight,
yeah.
basically. But you can feel it sort of just pushing against your ear. This weekend it's going to change. The weather's going to change. So I think it's coming from the south that way. So it might not be as warm,
Yeah.
but the wind will be coming from that direction. So they'll be all coming from on 09. So usually when we're streaming of an evening, or we were on Tuesday evening, they're all coming in on 09 because there's
Yeah.
not much wind at all. And you can manage to catch them quite far out as well.
Because I live in Syston,
Yeah,
and their approach is right over
yeah.
right over Syston. So I've noticed the flight path can be different, and you can tell that they're going to circle the
yeah,
runway
yeah.
if they're coming from that
Yeah, yeah.
direction. If
And
it's changed.
it can change just like that. I mean, if the wind suddenly drops now and you get a massive gust coming in the other direction,
Yeah,
they'll switch it
they'll
around.
go around,
Yeah.
And say there's a big boy in it in an hour or so.
The one in from Astana, the 747 from Astana, it's just before 3, that one. I think a couple of hours.
Because I see that because I work in Syston as well, and I
Yeah,
see
yeah.
that very slowly flying over, and I check that app, and it
Yeah,
says
yeah.
arrives in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we've been quite fortunate. I mean, when they're on 09 operation, so we get them taxiing all the way up here, and they literally sit on the end of the runway there.
Do that.
So let's have a look. Show you on this.
Don't come off the stream, you.
Oh, don't worry. Where are we? So if we think it was about...
We used to have that was it Russian or Ukrainian plane landing until
Yes.
the blew up. That
The
used to fly over
big
a
Antonov,
Tuesday,
yeah.
wasn't it?
The big Antonov AN225. Yeah, that was... I think it was a regular in East Midlands. It's been in a few times. But the smaller one,
I seem to remember at one point always seeing it fly over on like a Tuesday.
I think they've got the AN224, which is a smaller one. It's got 4 engines on that one. That one still comes in. I think probably not probably last year or sometime that was in.
There it is, yeah.
But yeah, that one was in on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Sorry, going out Tuesday.
Was that roughly around sort of 3 o'clock-ish time?
That was
4 o'clock?
late in the evening, that 7:15, that one.
Oh.
So that one was making its way out. And skip. And it literally, as we stood here, it sits on the end of the runway there
Yeah.
and makes its way out. It's quite good when you get a bit of rain on the ground as well,
Because
you see all the spray come up as well.
And you see the power from the engine.
Yeah, you can when you stood here as well, you can
Yeah.
really feel it.
Yeah, that's big. That's massive.
So that's the biggest airframe in at the minute, apart from the Antonovs. We get the C-17s as well, the Indian Air Force C-17s, that are big Globemasters, and they were in last year, doing a lot of runs between here and I forget where it was now in India. It wasn't Delhi, it was somewhere else, but they were transporting a lot of gold bullion. So they were turning up, they were just parked over there,
Yeah.
turning up, on and straight off again. So it was, you get a lot of interesting traffic in East Midlands. Sometimes
Yeah.
it can be a bit hit and miss, like it is this afternoon. You've got a bit of disparity between arrivals and departures, but sort of take it as it comes, really. We're not as advantageous as like Birmingham or Manchester, where there's a lot of international traffic, but
Very little incidents here as well, isn't there?
yeah,
I only think of that one in the 80s.
yeah,
I remember that.
there's not been anything significant at all here. I mean, you get the odd emergency here.
Diversions.
Yeah. But even diversions, the airport's not set up to offer any diversions.
Yeah.
So they always alternate either to Birmingham or Manchester.
Yeah.
They sort of shy away from here. But the biggest passenger aircraft in is the Chewy 787. And that just does mainly ferry flights between here and Barbados.
Who operates that?
Chewy.
Oh, it's Chewy.
Yeah. So we've managed, that's on a bit of an iffy schedule at the minute. We managed to see that one in, I think, once, and it's mainly been operating on Thursdays ever since. But it's just ferrying people from here to Barbados and back or to elsewhere. Part of their...
East Midlands.
yeah. It's like when you book a cruise or something, they ferry you from there directly.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it's not been around for probably a couple of months now. I think back in February it's been in since, I think, on a Thursday. But I think the schedule's changed ever so slightly, so we don't get to see it, unfortunately. But the biggest ones are DHL and the cargoes, the 777s.
Yeah.
You've got one of the older ones, the A300 on stand just there.
That's that one on the end?
That one on the end, yeah. That's about 20 years old. That's probably one of the older ones in the fleet. Apart from the 757 in the middle there, that one just landed in. That one's about 38, 39 years old. So it's quite old. Yeah. They're replacing a lot of them at the minute, so there's no 777s in at the minute. But I think,
the second one.
Yeah, the 767.
That was parked closer to us.
Yeah, you got the 767 on the end, and then the one there as well, 767. So they're one of the bigger ones in the DHL fleet. The 777 just beats it ever so slightly. But again, they're replacing some of those aircraft. We had one in, when was it? I think last week. It was its first flight into East Midlands. That was just 8 weeks old. So only a couple of months old on that airframe.
Hi guys.
You alright?
Anybody here own a silver Nissan?
No, unfortunately not. Is that right? So they're gradually getting rid of some of the older ones. But again, like the 757, they're converted to freighter from passenger. So I think a lot of the older airframes like the 757 used to be in use with British Airways.
Oh, really?
And it's just economics, really, of how it goes. The lead time at the minute for a new airframe is probably about 10 years. So if you put an order in today, it'll be about 10 years' time. The freighter might be slightly different. There's a few modifications to make on them in terms of strengthening.
So far ahead, ain't you?
Yeah. So in terms of strengthening around the doors and the structural strength of it, they change ever so slightly. So it's the same airframe, just uses a few different parts. But if you put an order in today, it's about 10 years.
Wow.
And a lot of the airlines don't own the aircraft outright. So DHL might own the airframe, but then the engines are leased from another company.
Yeah.
So if one goes out of service, technically there should be one waiting somewhere for it. Yeah. But like the one S747, the one that's making its way in, that one was out of service for about 2 months. So that one was parked right in front of us there for a good couple of months. And it took off from Cardiff, and that had an emergency. One of its engines just totally went dead. Yeah. So instead of continuing, I think that one was off to China. Instead of continuing, flew straight back into East Midlands because they used to be based out of Heathrow, but switched up to East Midlands because we've got all the big cargo hub where Amazon is down there. So it makes it efficient to get all that cargo off and get it distributed. But they were waiting for weeks and weeks and weeks to get that back into service because the airframe, even though it's a common airframe, or less common now, being a 747, the engines are specific to that airframe as such. So it's not like you can switch out like a tyre in your car, you just go and get another one. Yeah. So I think they managed to find one in the US. I don't know if it was a refurb one or one that had been taken off an older aircraft. But it flew out and they basically stripped the engine to its bare bones, took all the fan blades out on the front of it, just to give it a bit more aerodynamic.
Well, at least it's not a waste. At least they're not filling it with teaming parcels.
Which is probably what comes in from China, a lot of AliExpress parcels and teaming parcels coming in.
They're all in containers, aren't they?
Yeah. But it's an old airframe. Again, it's passenger converted, so it's one of those things. It's more economical to find an older airframe that's going out of service with an airline. You know, a younger one, maybe with 10 years or something like that. Yeah, they've been maintained, been serviced.
It's been used more.
And that's it. They're only flying like Ryanair. You know, you can probably have 5, 6, maybe 7 flights a day on those airframes, and the number of times it gets compressed and retracts again, it's like a tin can.
They're put under a lot of stress.
A lot of stress. You know, so you see some airframes.
Sometimes not worth thinking about.
They're not.
They've been delayed. Was that the one? Yeah, that's not the one. And when we checked, we were flying over Romania.
Was that the 747?
Yeah.
So I think it's due in just before 3, that one. It's about an hour and a half or something.
I'm glad we didn't come yesterday.
Yeah, it gets windy. It gets really windy. Especially here with how open it is as well. So on Tuesday night, there's a bit of wind in the air. Yeah, get it trod right in.
Austria. I don't know to think. Only a short space of time it will be here, and nowhere near as it.
Yeah.
I think we'll be here for that.
Yeah, we'll make. There's no point being here and missing that. We'll hang on.
So that one should taxi quite far down as well. So 747s usually use the full length of the runway, so you should get quite a good view of it.
Say that because we came here on the Skylink and it stops at the bottom now. It's got no stop, and there's an area there where people are set out as well. So I don't know if you get like good shots.
You can get the approach on there. The only thing with how you're a bit further down the runway, it kind of tapers off. It's kind of a bit of an angle.
Yeah.
So you'll get out coming in, but then you'll just see the tail of it disappear.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Down,
Yeah. That's it. So
there's also apparently it's about halfway down as well.
There's a good spot if you go a bit further. Just at the end of the road there, where the barrier is, if you go a bit further down, there's some a row of bushes. So you'll see you kind of go around a corner, and then there's a bank of bushes, and you can watch them all the way down on there as well. That's a good spot.
Got the height with that though as well.
You've not got the height, and you've got the fence anywhere as well, so you can get. Yeah, I mean you'll see it all in there.
It feels more open when you're up the height, doesn't it? That's why we moved up here.
Yeah.
You see the whole runway.
Yeah. It has its disadvantages. You got the trees in the way there, so you don't quite get the full approach path.
I suppose they've already lifted off, aren't they? By the time.
Just about as they're coming through the trees there. So when you're on, when they're coming in this way, and you literally track them from all the way around there, turning, and then coming in. Sort of Burton on Trent is a turning point over there. So you watch them all the way down. It's interesting to see them in. You see, you get a lot of different variety in here. It's not just the 737s. I think there's a Helvetic Embraer coming in. So that one's coming in from Zurich about 2:30. So there's one out due a little after that as well.
Yeah.
But these ones are mainly coming in for repainting, I think. So we've got had a lot of the Lufthansa City line as it was set up coming in. I think those aircraft are leaving the Lufthansa fleet now. I think they're changing mainly over to Airbus platforms, A319. But there's a new airline, Air Dolomiti, which is Italian based. A lot of those aircraft are going to them, so they're coming in here for repainting, coming in the Helvetic livery and going out in another livery. And they'll get repainted, just airborne colours just behind there. So that one should come straight in, go down there and then go straight out.
Like stars in their eyes, they go in the end and they come out something different.
It is. I mean, we've had quite a lot in here recently. Who's the Greek airline? Aegean. So we've had the Aegean A320 and A321s coming. And the Aegean aircraft are being used a bit as well to ferry Nottingham Forest around. So I think a couple of months ago they went off to Dubai and chartered one of the Aegean aircraft and went out on that. Yeah, but again, they're all coming in older liveries and getting repainted and going straight out. So it gets quite busy. I mean, Formula One.
When you go to London and you're right in the city and you're next to the Thames and you see how low they're flying, you automatically think because of the size of them that they're just on approach or just left Heathrow, but they're not. I didn't realise so many big planes go to London Airport.
Yeah.
It's obviously, and you've got Stansted as well, but those low ones that you see flying over the Thames, they're at Stansted, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're for London Airport.
They are,
There's only small planes taking off there.
Yeah, it's quite. I think the biggest one they can have at the minute, I think they just got certified for it. It's the bigger version of that. I think it's the E2 or something, Embraer E2 or something like that. I forget now. But yeah, they're really gearing up for taking bigger aircraft. I think they wanted the A318 was sort of the biggest one they could possibly get in. It was just a bit smaller than the 737.
Because London City Airport, that's just a small.
Runway,
isn't it?
It's just it's not nothing the size of this.
I just thought it's like just for businessmen to fly in, have the meetings, then
fly straight back out. But no, it's very busy. I say a lot of the airlines have smaller aircraft like the Embraers flying in. But I think that one is all virtually controlled as well. I don't think they have a control tower there. They sit somewhere else.
No.
I don't know if it's Peterborough or somewhere like that. And it literally is just a bank of, well, kind of 360 screens, but it's all virtually controlled, just for maximum space. So
Peterborough as well.
yeah, there's nobody physically there, I think, managing that control tower. It's all virtual.
Make a room in a skyscraper to do it, wouldn't you? Something at least they can see what's going
They
on.
could see them in, yeah.
We'll get people doing it from home soon, wouldn't they? Work from home and be a traffic controller.
Be a bit warmer than being out here, that's for sure.
Say about that, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
After what happened.
Yeah. But no, it gets busy at points, but I think the main factor at East Midlands is just the type of aircraft that come in, opposed to other airports. I mean, you got two big cargo, but you got this end with DHL. You've got RVL there as well that do a lot of, where the fuel tankers, a lot of ordnance surveys, so they'll be out mapping and doing various different surveys. So they use a lot of smaller twin-engine Cessna aircraft for them. You'll see them flying over sometimes. I think one of them's for, who was it for? I forget who it's for now. One of the mapping organisations. You'll see the big camera mounted underneath. You're basically mapping it straight down with LiDAR as well, I think. So doing camera work as well as LiDAR work. So able to get different points of elevation and various different telemetry from the aircraft. So it's a very sophisticated organisation they've got. And then you've got JCB right in the end hangar there as well.
Oh, really?
So they've got a couple of helicopters in there, one of their jets as well. I think it's the Bombardier.
That's just when they're travelling up and down the country and stuff.
They go all over the world in that. And not in the helicopters, but the aircraft they've got, I think it's the Bombardier they've got, they go everywhere with it. I think it's just transporting sales execs around mainly.
Their headquarters near Alton Towers, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Out there coming up at this 215 something like that.
Well, is there 15? Are they the same ones?
I think one of them is.
I swear I heard one earlier.
They've been over. I think the Typhoons have been over a couple of times. They've been to and from. They're busy down in Wales training. Good day for it.
It's that time of year though, isn't it, where it's going to start getting busy because it's holiday season, isn't it?
Yes, and they're doing, they just finished a few weeks ago Operation Cobra Warrior as well, which is a big organised exercise. So we had the Saudi Air Force in here. They were in the big military tankers that landed in. I think they were based out of Waddington for that exercise, or various different bases, but I think the main one was Waddington.
Yeah.
We have had a lot of that traffic over here the past few weeks on that exercise. So there's been the Saudis, I think the Americans are involved in that as well, obviously the RAF. We're just war games basically over the North Sea.
Some muscles, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really gearing up. They've got a lot of NATO exercises that go on as well. So from here you get the corridor straight from Coningsby, straight over into Wales. But it's getting to the point of display season as well. So you've got the air tattoo coming up in various different air shows in the UK. So a lot of them are out practicing.
Remember when they used to have the air show in Leicester?
Yeah.
So good. On your doorstep, and you'd have the red arrows and everything.
Yeah.
And that got cancelled as well, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't get anything like that here anymore. It's all further down south or towards the east coast over there, taking off from Coningsby. Well, there's a lot of different traffic here. I say we're just out. We started the channel it's probably a couple of years ago in its infancy, just getting it started up, but really started working on it at the start of this year. So we're out every Tuesday, Thursday evening, and then the odd days like we are today, just making use of the weather.
Yeah.
Trying to get a bit of different traffic in. It's just get a different audience as well. Streaming to a different audience.
I think it actually made mainstream news one day just how much interest channels like yourself get.
Yeah.
Because people are dramatic, and if there's wind in the air, they'll go on there to see how the planes are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what happens. Or if you hear of an incident on Sky News where they shut the airport or something, straight on YouTube, live stream and everything, just see what's going on.
There's always somebody there. Yeah.
I know, because I'm one of them people. Yeah.
It's really good to watch. When say a storm was there, it's like TV.
Oh, you see, I'm struggling now.
Yeah.
It's great to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of great people out streaming. I mean, we have a lot of people from Manchester joining our streams as well.
Yeah.
Oh well, that are streamers up there. So it's like a small community, as it were, as a streamer, but as a person watching as well. There are people in the chat now, people watching now that'll be watching something at Manchester this morning, or they'll be joining. So it creates that community, and you get to know people that are watching different streams, and you really get to build a network with people. So it's good for that as well.
And not everyone can get out to these places to sit.
No,
so
it's
you
like
give them the eyes for that.
Yeah,
so.
and we get people from. There's a lady in Canada at the minute that's watching, that is on the chat with us. There are people in the Netherlands, in America, and you know, when you look through the stats of actually watchers and from where they watch, you get people from every country really. They've got no idea where East Midlands is, but because it's a plane or it might be a flight that they're tracking in, and they know it's coming to East Midlands, they have a look at the stream. So it's good from that point as well to connect with whoever's watching. Yeah. We're not particularly fussed who watches in terms of, you know, how many people watch or who's got an interest in it.
It's trying to beat people for viewers.
No, it's not a viewer thing. If people want to join in and with a chat, they're very welcome to. But it's
everybody's. So if I look like I'm obsessed with the phone, because everybody's. If anybody comments, I'll reply back.
So you got that connection with them.
Yeah. And it's really that, just building up. Everybody's welcome to watch. Basically, we don't stop anybody from watching it if they've got a genuine interest in wanting to watch. It's quite good to build up a community with it. You know, not a lot of people that have started watching either knew the Aeropark was here or it's on the doorstep, and they didn't know that this was here. And it's just, we work with the Aeropark as well. We advertise them on the stream, and they advertise us for the same effect. So
well, it's good for them, isn't it? So
it brings a lot of people in.
It's nice to see it busy today.
Yeah.
I know it's Easter, so you're going to see it.
We were out here last Thursday as well. It was equally as busy. But once the weather's nice, it's a nice space to get out and watch stuff in.
And you haven't just got people Leicester, you've got Derby and Nottingham and that as well.
That's right. You're right in the middle of all three counties, aren't you? So it's somewhere easy to get to as well.
Really nice chatting with you.
No problem. Thanks so much. What was your name? Sorry.
Scott.
Scott.
Yeah,
nice to chat with you. I'm Tom, by the way.
Tom. I'll give you a watch.
Thank you very much. You'll probably hear yourself out talking in a bit. See you later. Ta-ra.
Excuse me, do you know when the next plane's going to land?
In about 2 minutes. It's only a tiny one though. It's just a little private jet making its way in from Inverness.
Oh, so 2 more minutes, or 1 more.
It's literally, that's the motorway there, and then where that blue dot is, that's where we are. So if you watch it in a minute, it might not make it all the way up here. You might just have to watch it where the jet to just about there. Yeah. If you go there, you might just see it.
Okay. Do you know when the 747's going to land?
I can tell you. Let's have a look. At the minute, 2:49. So in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay.
So not too long.
Thank you.
It's all right. There we go. Taking a chance to have a quick conversation with everybody. So next aircraft in then, the Cessna Citation on behalf of Air Charter Scotland Europe. You had registration on this one, 9 Hotel Mike Golf Mike. This one making its way down from Inverness. About a 55-minute flight this afternoon. It's definitely turned a little bit chilly this afternoon. There we go, that one just landed in. We'll get a close-up view of this one as we can pan across just a little bit further. That one disappearing off towards the apron just behind the hangars there. That one should be going off towards the signature apron. So I think we were at about taking a little break this afternoon, but looks like a number of services making their way towards us now then. The Cessna Citation just stopping short there. Looks like that one maybe waiting for some instruction. There we go, that one making its way. There we go, disappearing away there. The Jet 2 service in from Malta though, that one making its way towards us now. That one about 15 minutes away, just south of Milton Keynes. So I think I'm going to grab a quick drink while that one is making its way in. The Fly 4 737 making its way in from Shannon. That one about 20 minutes away from us as well. And then services just a little further afield, the Jet 2 in from Faro. That one about 40 minutes away, just about to leave the coast of France. And the Ryanair service in from Mahon. That one routing towards Paris at the minute at 38,000 feet. That one about 55 minutes away from us. But the next service in will either be the Fly 4 in from Shannon or the Jet 2 service in from Malta. So we'll leave you on that image just for a few minutes. I think I'm going to grab a drink and I'm going to put a coat on as well, I think. Keep warm. How are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Dylan.
Dylan. Nice to meet you, Dylan.
You too.
How are you? How are you guys? What's your name?
Not too bad. My name is Gertie. This is Jasmine. This is my dad, Bal.
Very nice to meet you. So what are you down here for today? Just having a look then?
Just thought the kids are here for Easter holidays. So these guys are my nephew and nieces, so I brought them round. I'm a bit of an aviation, could say a bit of a geek, but like probably not on your level, but I like watching like kind of plane spotting and stuff. So yeah, I brought these guys over to kind of have a look and stuff, yeah. Nice.
Well, look away. You can have a look what we're doing. So that's the main camera there. So that one's just under cover at the minute. So just a big lens on that. So that mirrors into this, and then you can see you've got the Chewy straight in front of us there. So literally it's just a feed out of the camera onto there. And I've got the flight radar set up on the phone there.
Yeah, I look at this a lot as well.
Yeah. And then we've got the secondary camera there. So we can do a picture-in-picture. So if we've got action going off on this side of the airfield, we can have one camera pointing that way, and then we can have this camera pointing that way, so you can get a dual view of what's going on. So instead of me having to whiz round and trying to catch everything that's going on when it gets busy, you can sort of see everything at once. So it's just a little improvement that we made, and then we put in.
It's quite quiet at this time of day, is that right?
It is. A lot of the flights at this time of year, a lot of those flights are making their way out in the early hours. So you get a lot of your charter flights down to Spain and mainland Europe. They're all making their way back in now, though. So in the next hour or so at the minute, we've got the Jet 2 making its way from Malta. So that's about 15 minutes out.
Oh,
so
okay,
that's
cool.
just over Northampton at the minute. So it says 15 minutes, but realistically, 10-12 minutes we should see that one. And then making its way from Shannon is a fly for 737. So that's probably been on a service on another route. So it'll have flown from Shannon to somewhere else and back into Shannon. And it's making its way probably on an empty leg to East Midlands at the minute. So that one, I'm not sure if that one's going back out or not, but that one's making its way in. That's just Stoke-on-Trent at the minute. So again, another 15 minutes or so we should see that one. And then we've got the One Air 747. That one's due in about...
747?
Where's that one? 10 to 3, that one. So in about an hour and 20 minutes.
Okay, nice.
That one's making its way in from Astana. So this one...
Is that a cargo?
That's a cargo one. So that one in particular was stuck there for a couple of months right in front of us. So one of the engines went had a technical issue, one of the engines, and it had an emergency when it departed Cardiff. So they flew it straight into East Midlands and it literally sat there because they couldn't get another engine for it. So they flew that out to the US, and I think last week, maybe a week and a half ago, it just came back into service. But these sort of circumnavigate, as it were. So they'll start off at East Midlands, and they'll go to China, so the Zhengzhou in China, maybe to Canada on some routes, and then sort of back into East Midlands, depending on what they're doing. But it's very similar to the DHL aircraft. So they'll operate on a crew schedule, so they'll get a roster, and that'll basically either take them on various different routes, different aircraft, or they'll get one aircraft or a couple of aircraft and just start off in here. They'll go off to China, to the US, maybe up to Canada and back into East Midlands. So it basically does a big circle.
How long have you guys been doing your channel for?
So it's properly doing it since the start of this year.
Oh wow. Okay.
So what we're in now, going into middle of April, so about 4 months doing it full time now. Well, say full time, we're full at it.
Nice.
But it's been in its infancy for about a couple of years. Once you work out the equipment to get out to start it up, and it's all a big learning process. And the whole YouTube side of setting it up as well, it's a massive learning.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Even the artwork, getting the channel set up right, getting all the optimisation of it right, it takes a long time. It's a good number of hours work behind the streams every time we do it. So we tend to stick to Tuesday night, Thursday night, because we get a lot of the cargo aircraft in it there. We've got working as well, so it's difficult to get out during the day. But no, we were out on Tuesday night, and we were on the aircraft were coming in this direction, landing in this direction because of the wind direction.
I would have thought we would have seen a lot of Ryanair flights.
A lot of them they're out in the morning, so probably between 5 and 9. They generally operate on that schedule.
Because this is like Heathrow, that would have been non-stop.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's sort of one of the, not a downside as such, but East Midlands is popular either early hours in the morning when everybody's on a charter flight out to start the holiday or whatever, or coming back later at night.
Here's one. You know, a couple of weeks ago when Heathrow was shut down?
Yeah.
Did a lot of the planes come here? Like,
none of them actually came in here. Yeah, East Midlands isn't a diversion airport, so they're not. There's different categories for classifying an airport. I think East Midlands did away with it.
Oh, wow.
So you don't actually get a lot of diversions here anymore.
Probably would, isn't it?
I think Birmingham is one of the main, either Birmingham or Manchester are the main ones, but a lot of them diverted into places like Shannon in Ireland, or into Dublin, or back up, Paris. Frankfurt, I think, was one as well.
Yeah, Frankfurt's a big airport as well, isn't it?
It is, and it can cater for a lot of heavier aircraft. East Midlands is really geared up for accepting a lot of the heavies in terms of cargo aircraft. But if the stands are full, there's nowhere for them to go, and the stands over there are only geared up for 737s at best. I think the one and only stand is right where those Jet 2 buses are there on the end, and that can accept the 787, 777 and the A330.
The air traffic's clear for these kind of planes to go over.
It is. It is. Which makes it good. You get a lot of variety in traffic at East Midlands.
Yeah.
So we've got the National Police Force as well here. They're flying in and out all the time.
Oh, wow.
So they use it as an operational base. So they'll go out from here, probably a 2-hour flight, and they go all the way up north, south, wherever they're needed.
Back in the day, wasn't it? Like, what was the name of the airline? It was an English airline, and they had a massive base here.
There's BMI Baby that was here.
Britannia or something like that.
There's Britannia. I think that turned into Thomson, which then turned into Chewy. But BMI were big here. British Midland. BMI Baby.
BMI Baby. Yeah, I remember that.
They were the biggest operator before the likes of Jet2 and Ryanair started operating out of here. They were the biggest one here.
You guys been into like aviation for ages?
A long. Probably when I was these age.
Oh, okay.
I started over at the flying school there, at the other side. So almost got all the way to getting the licence, but didn't quite make it there. And it's forever had an interest in it really from that point of view.
Yeah, same. I think, you know what, I knew I wasn't clever enough to be a pilot, but I've always kind of been interested in like.
Yeah.
I'm trying to learn it on flight sim, but it's so technical.
Yeah. That's how with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah. That's how I first started with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and got into it that way. It sort of it gets obsessive and builds.
Yeah.
It really does, and you end up doing something like this.
Yeah, it's a good game. Even like when I'm working remotely, like you can literally just put a flight on.
Yeah.
And it's like you just like watch it, listen to that. The thing is, there's a few people that I've seen it on TikTok where they actually like, I don't know how they connect it to actually like, like air traffic control. Obviously not real one, but like.
Yeah, there are a few.
Way of doing it. I've seen people do it like on TikTok.
On Flight Simulator.
Yeah, on Flight Sim, yeah.
I don't know what it's called. If it's VATSIM or something like that.
Yeah.
There's a way you can do it, and I think they brought a new platform out, an AI-generated one now, where you talk to it, and it responds as a real air traffic controller. Yeah. So it really is developing. I think there's a Chinese company as well that you can get the Thrustmaster, Airbus and Boeing yokes and things for it. There's a Chinese company now that are making almost near replicas of what they are in terms of weight and how they feel. And the industry for it's massitive. In terms of flight simulators, a lot of people have got an interest in it. It's sort of one of those hidden things that people think, I'm going to keep this to myself. But when you look out there, I mean, the people that watch our streams and other streams at Manchester.
Yeah, this is like one of those like guilty ones that you don't tell anyone that you're really into it. And you're like,
we're just saying to a chap down there, the amount of people that come in our streams and use the chat, and it's sort of like a small community because we know some of the people not in person but through streamers. We know them up there as well. They jump on our chat, and
there's that big one in London. What's his name? Yes.
Yeah.
Him, yeah.
Jerry with Big Jet TV.
Yeah. Especially when the storms and stuff were going on.
He's done quite well to build that down there. He's got quite a good repertoire with Heath.
Like they're gonna have like the best. Are you guys, I'm guessing, local from around here? Or?
Yeah. So it's our local airport. I mean, but with the setup you've got, you can really go anywhere you want to. I mean, we've got a smaller scale of this as well, so I can literally take the camera off there and go anywhere.
There's the other guy I watch as well, and he does a lot of the flights. Noel Phillips, he's from around here.
Yes.
Yeah, we watch him.
Yeah.
And he's literally just set up a new life in like America now.
Yeah.
From Mansfield, literally. Down the road.
And he's done quite a lot of flights out of East Midlands in his early days when he was filming them. I think he had before he did his logging, he had another channel where he just used to film flights in their entirety from literally takeoff to landing. And I think a lot of it, if you go back through his channel, a lot of earlier videos are from East Midlands. So he's
probably are.
But it really depends. The amount of work you put into it is what you get out of it. So, like modifications we've made, we're streaming in 4K now, and got a router set up and 2 cameras and all the rest of it. You just keep adding and adding and adding all the time. Not to compete with anybody, it's just...
It's a passion at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's literally, you wouldn't be sat
No.
here if it weren't a passion. Like.
It's just like if you got a car or something and you, I don't know, you go and put a spoiler on it, you got a stock car and you modify it up and all the rest of it.
It's like no matter where I am, if I see a plane flying over, it's like straight away flight radar, where is it? Yeah. I don't know why. Where's it going?
Even you hear the buzz, don't you, or the noise, and you look up like that.
Now you look at me and you think, this guy, like, what makes me look like a plane person? Yeah. Then my friends look at me like, what are you doing? I'm like, you don't understand.
You have to be in the know. If you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know. Yeah.
It's quite good here as well. I know the clouds over us a bit now, but you get a lot of the Manchester traffic flying over as well. So you get the A380s and the 787s, A350s. Yeah. It's quite good. We got one, I think just as the start of the stream, the A380 going into Manchester. Yeah. So you get a lot of aircraft. I mean, this time last year as well, you've got had the Indian Air Force in with their C-17s. So they were flying a lot of gold bullion from East Midlands back over to India. Oh, wow. So basically flying them in empty. And then the volunteers here were actually watching it go on. The big armoured trucks are coming through just where those containers are, right at the back there, literally driving up, straight on and off again.
Wow.
So you get, even though it can get quiet, like it is now, because a lot of the middays...
I was thinking, I was like, there's only one runway here.
Yeah.
I was going to say, like...
Yeah, you get a lot of... I mean, for its position, you got competition from Manchester and Birmingham as well. You know, you got basically 2 big cities there, and this is in the middle.
The thing is, for us guys, if we want to go somewhere far, it's like we either have to connect from Birmingham or go Heathrow. Like, especially if you want to go direct, like America, if you direct, you've got either Manchester or Birmingham, or you have to connect.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's not a lot.
And stuff you can do, like from Birmingham or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, they've got the capacity here in terms of the runway. Like the DHL aircraft, they're coming from. There's one in from Delhi in a bit. When they come from Dubai as well, Cincinnati.
Yeah, they literally fly over my house.
Yeah.
You see, like New York comes in at like 6, 7 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's one coming into London now. But it's going to come from us. We're all the way down now.
Everybody rushing out to catch this one now then. The Jet 2 service in from Malta, and it's switched back onto that main camera. There we go. Registration on this one, Golf Juliet Zulu Delta Echo. See if you can pan a bit further around there. Just trying to get anybody on screen if we can. There we go. Flight time on this one today, 3 hours and 1 minute. All right.
When's the next plane arriving?
Arriving? Is that one just there that's coming? And then there's another one in a minute, which is about 2 minutes away.
Yeah.
Just a couple of minutes for that one. Arrivals and departures. So I can tell you both of those.
Are there any takeoffs up there?
Let's have a look. So in about 30 minutes time, there should be one taking off to Guernsey. So about half an hour, yep.
Is it a Ryanair?
No, that one's a West Atlantic, that one. It's got it's a turboprop. So have a look at the picture there, look. That one. So it should be somewhere out there, not too sure where it is. It might be that one down there.
I saw one of them when I was at the airport, but it was like one of them ones with clovers on it.
Oh, the Aer Lingus. There'll be an Aer Lingus one, that one. Yeah, not too long for that one.
I've been on mostly TUIs, but I've been on only TUI holidays, but this year I'm going on a jet.
Yeah.
Is there a 747 like?
That's the one. Which one's
It's
that?
close. I think it's about.
Oh, that's the 747 at 10 to 3, yeah? So,
There you go, that one at 10 to 3. So it is. So look where it is on the map then. And then that next one should 10 to 3. It's about an hour.
Be there then.
It's about an hour's time.
You're going to sit as well, sir.
It's just there, look at the minute.
I stayed for an hour.
Just over Frankfurt. So it's only got that far to go. It's about an hour and it should be with us.
One air.
One air.
I've never saw a 747.
It's loud.
I saw it 3 times.
So look at this one coming in. And
An
this,
A380 at London Heathrow.
yeah, it's about as big, well, just a little bit smaller than that. It should be here in about an hour. Got this one coming in now though, look, the Fly 4.
The Antonov 225 has been destroyed, I think.
The what?
Antonov 225.
It has. It has. It did come here once, a long, long time ago.
I think it was 2014. Video from it.
wow. Oh, there's one plane coming in. The one, this is the Shannon one, yeah?
The Fly 4 737 in from Shannon now then. There you go, trying to dodge around people as best we can there. Everybody getting their photos for the day. There you go then, this one making its way in from Shannon. Just a 55-minute flight on this one. Registration Echo India. Foxtrot Alpha. Next up, the National Police Force Vulcan Air is starting up as well. That one just pinging up on radar. There we go, not too sure why this one is making its way in from Shannon, but likely just a repositioning flight back into East Midlands. It's not a regular route for the Fly 4 aircraft to make. This one adorned with the winglets there. Yeah, the retrofitted winglets. This one was first delivered into service in January 2011. Making this one 14 years of age. So let's just keep an eye on this one for a minute. See if anybody makes their way off. Jet 2 service in from Faro though, Faro now, making its way towards Milton Keynes. That one just a little south of Milton Keynes at the minute, passing through 19,500 feet, making its way down in towards East Midlands. There we go, the Vulcan making its way out now on the taxiway. There we go. That one making its way down to the start of runway 27. There we go, just losing sight of that one there. That one shouldn't be too far away from taking off. It should vacate, sorry, not vacate, should enter runway 27 a little earlier. Should be up quite early as well, this one. That temperature definitely dropping off now. So the wind is relatively calm, and the sun just disappearing behind the cloud. So look, see if you can catch the Vulcan Air as it makes its way out then this afternoon from East Midlands. That one out on operation this afternoon then. Making its way off into the distance there. Into that one. Take it with you.
I was there, but you were there, but I didn't see anything. You weren't born now. I couldn't see anything.
I'll drop this one somewhere. There we go. So that Jet 2 service then making its way over Northampton now. Should be with us in the next 10 minutes or so. And the DHL 767 being brought around from the hangars there. So this is the same aircraft that we watched in from JFK on Tuesday evening. Just tell it's got the, I think it's a replacement window there. It stands out a little more prominently.
Well, I mean, it's not really doing anything, is it? It's just going really. I was so confused what you meant when you said DHL. Yeah. I just looked at it.
There we go then, that one being pulled on to stand. I'm just going to get a quick drink while I can.
Ow!
Nice to get some good photos.
Hi. Hi, here we are.
What are you waiting for today? Anything special? 747's been in the boat. You've seen that one before?
I've only seen it when I do concerts, but
yeah.
It's the only time I've seen it.
Well, you usually see it, so usually out here it's Tuesday and Thursday evening. But I can see it pulling in front, right in front of us there. When it falls up all into the school. Yeah, I can really feel it. That one should be in, I think about an hour's time, that one's there. Should make its way right down in front of us. First time down here then?
He's been before. He said to me, I'm afraid I'm just a driver really. But well, it's actually, it's alright.
It's alright when the sun's out.
Yeah.
It's a bit cold, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
But see right there.
It really is. Even last week.
We've got the 747 coming at 2:30 and at 2:30, 49.
No. Well, because normally I really like changing a bit of money, to be honest, but hey. Yeah, I'm jealous. Ah, right, okay.
It's really good. Sounds like him, right?
Yeah.
Don't get a chance to be down here.
That's it.
Somewhere else that I've got interest in it. Getting involved in it.
I know that's it. The camera thing that he wants to learn and things like that.
The thing is, this is the closest airport.
Oh yeah, because we're from Malta.
furthest place I've gone is Chester and
I never really thought about it, to be honest. I think we could just
like watching him and spotting him, or what's your favourite thing about it? Yeah. All of the above.
all of it, yeah. Nice and clear, dark, in and out, camera.
See a lot of the answer photographers here.
Yeah.
What? No, I wish I could, but there's this house in front of us.
On YouTube. Put your YouTube on your phone, you'll be able to see it.
I think everything but
It's the clouds out so that you might see stuff. I don't feel like to look at it. We've seen the cartoons flying over.
No, I missed every single one.
It's hard to spot.
When I was lining up, there was an F-15 Eagle, and I saw it, but I had my shorter lens on, because I was going to take pictures of the plane from the museum, so I couldn't do anything.
Do you ever watch any of the nighttime stuff? Every Tuesday and Thursday evening, they go to see all the stuff on East Midlands.
A lot more landings.
So a lot of the ones that are coming back in there have been out this morning, so everybody's been off on holiday this morning. And if everybody's going back now in the afternoon, they all fly, so...
Yeah. I'm thinking about me rugging car at the shop, thinking, walk out the car.
Yeah.
I nearly left the coating. Because it was that sunny when I finished it. I thought, well, it was cloudy later, and I'm going to put
Definitely a good
coating
shout.
bag.
Definitely a good shout.
We've been out here when it's been going to the minuses. A bit too cold.
Yeah.
Gets a bit too cold.
Yeah.
We get a lot of people watching it.
Yeah. Yeah, actually do. Yeah.
I was nervous about it. I didn't know the camera, I just kids can enjoy the cold or whatever. So we don't.
Yeah.
Especially walk all the way around the airport. It comes round here around the back. But there's some, go around there and you go see everything coming in on the runway. Amazon, the big warehouse down there. There's a stocking place there as well. So you can watch them all come in. Especially the same here.
Yeah.
You can have it there as well. It's literally
It's raining! It's about raining! That's what I can do now! And this is our training session. So we're doing how to... I have to do this!
Quite a good game. You kind of right below them. Closer than you are here.
Oh, really?
The Jet 2 then, just sneaking in. That one in from Faro. Let's spin around and catch that one as it taxis onto its stand this afternoon. There we go. This one arriving very quietly this afternoon. Sort that cover out.
Have you found out? You're so close to finding out. I'm sure it's...
I did! Yesterday we did our training. We're in our training session. Guess what I can do now?
PDTEL on this one then, registration Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel. Flight time 2 hours and 30 minutes, making its way in from Faro. This one then first entering into service in 2000, making the aircraft 25 years old this year. Oh, sorry. Trying to sort the cover out there. And there you go then, that one using the rear stand, it looks like there. Right, now I've got that properly locked off. And there we go, sorted. The ATR off to Guernsey now then, making its way down on the taxiway to the start of runway 27. That wind really picking up now, making it a little bit chilly. Hopefully the sun comes back out. The Ryanair then, here from Ahon, approaching East Midlands, that one about 15 minutes away from us now. And the Helvetic, in from Zurich, around 30 minutes away, arriving at a similar time to the Jet 2 service in from Malaga. The ATR then, just waiting to taxi onto runway 27.
Get your video camera ready.
Yeah.
There you go then, the ATR making its way out. This one a little further down the runway. Not too sure where this one will rotate. We'll try best to get this in shot if we can. Registration on the departing ATR then, Golf November Papa Tango Foxtrot. This one 34 years of age. And rotating quite early. We'll try and catch this one if we can. Somewhere out there. There we go. So that one departing quite high above us there. That one banking to the left there.
Lovely to meet you guys. Take care. You guys on socials?
Yeah.
What's the...
There we go, that one departing off now then.
Lovely to meet you guys.
Just pan around, just 1 minute.
Oh, go around this way?
No, sorry, it's me. Let me just put this back and I'll come and say thank you very much.
Nice to meet you, mate. All
you
right,
too.
Take care.
Thank you very much. See you later, guys. There we go then. Thank you very much to everybody stopping by to have a quick chat with us today. The ATR. Disappearing into that cloud then. So that one departing very high right above us there. And, good job we managed to catch that one as it departed out. Banking down towards the south there. Yeah, that one now passing through 5,000 feet. The Ryanair then, Ian from Mahon. Should be with us in about 10 minutes time. That one just north of Northampton. And I want a 747. Just 30 minutes away from us now.
Go and have a quick walk round then and then we'll come back.
Right. The inbound Ryanair from Mahon passing through 10,000 feet now. Registration on that one, Echo India, Echo November Tango. This one, 14 years of age. Flight time will be 2 hours and 11 minutes by the time it touches down at East Midlands. All right. Go to look. Yes. Live flight action. So on YouTube at the minute.
Is it?
Yeah.
In UK,
Yeah, UK. So we go. There's a lot of people watching from around the world, but yeah, we just do it here for the time being.
What does it say?
Yeah, do you want to on the back there? So there you go. If you search on YouTube East Midlands Airport, you'll see us.
I've never seen any plane to going or coming?
It's coming in a minute. So we've got,
Yeah, schedule.
yeah, you've got a Ryanair coming in about 10 minutes. That should be in.
Okay. Is this the main spot?
You can, for here, you can stand and watch them all the way here. So it's the highest spot, but you can watch anywhere in here, or there's places outside of here as well. So just at the other side of the trees there, you can watch them all coming in that way. But if you stood a bit further down there to the fence, you might get a better view out out of the way of the trees there.
Thank you so much.
It's all right.
To see you.
And you too. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll search on YouTube.
Thank you very much.
Follow you.
Thank you. You come for another one? Come on, let's have a look. 10 minutes. So it's just coming up to Leicester now.
So Ryanair then?
Another Ryanair, and then your big one, your 747, look. That is just over the sea at the minute. So about 28 minutes it's saying. So not too long at all. They're Ryanair. You're right.
That's mint. that looks awesome.
It's all right. We're on YouTube at the minute, so as long as you don't mind, you can have a look.
Yeah.
That's right. Come and have a look. So, main camera under there.
Yeah.
So you just got camera body and then big lens on there, and a Mozzie. And then we've got all of our screens set up there. So at the minute we just got it on the passenger apron over there. And then we can go take that off lock. So look at one of the DHL aircraft.
Oh, that's sick.
So you can get.
This is my very first camera, and I don't.
Yeah.
I've just started out, but
You'll get addicted to it.
I wanted to get a DLSR camera. So
Yeah.
Because I'm going RIAT at July.
Yeah. That's what that is. This is a DSLR. So at the minute we're streaming in 4K directly from that. And then we've got our secondary camera there. So we've got all our main rig here, and just phone for keeping flight radar on.
Yeah.
Then we've got set up there for internet feed, and then we've got a secondary camera. So on the bottom of the screen there, we can put in picture-in-picture video.
Yeah.
So we can have a view of what's going on this apron, and then what's going on down there as well. So at the minute, it's been streaming for about 3 hours and 20 minutes on YouTube. So yeah.
How long have you done it for?
Started out doing it properly in January this year.
Yeah.
So we've been doing 2 nights a week from here. So we work with the Aeropark as well. Doing it on Tuesday night and Thursday night. So we catch a lot of the cargo flights in. It's a bit of a shame today that we're on runway 27. The wind's blowing in the opposite direction. But on Tuesday night we managed to get it on runway 09.
Yeah.
So if you have a look back on YouTube at what we were doing on Tuesday night, we had 747 right in front of us there as well. So if you ever get down here, when you're on 09 operations, you can still pull up on the road out there and just grab a quick picture. But you'll be able to get a full-on shot of what's going on.
Today, isn't it?
That one is. That's about 25 minutes away, that one.
Yeah. This is the most recent. It's only a small camera.
Yeah. You know what? That's how I started out.
I'm starting like up, but this was the last time we came. We got
Yeah.
things like that, and then that one.
Oh, that's great, that one, isn't it? Yeah, spot on. Is that one coming in here?
Yeah, that was literally over there.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
parked up over there, and we stayed all day. Because we live 15 minutes away from the airport, and the flight path is right over the house. So they come in over, they land so our garden is pointed towards fields.
Yeah.
They land taking off in the field direction, and they come over the house.
Yeah, yeah.
So we see the 747 if it's coming in this way on 09 every single day. But if it's coming from that way, we don't,
don't
see
catch
anything.
it all, yeah.
And they mainly do night times, so it's never the day anymore.
Yeah, there's only the odd flight that they make now in the day.
So
See, I've never got the camera ready when two F-15s fly over. That's a photo which I'd like.
I think they've been over a couple of times today. I think the F-15s, the Typhoons have been over.
Yeah.
But when it's bright like this, they're so hard to spot because they're so fast and so tiny. But it's a lot of traffic, a lot of good traffic getting here. It's peaks and troughs like we have now because everything's gone out for the day this morning and it's now making its way back in. So you'll have it from this afternoon onwards. But the cargo flights mainly from, we start about 5:30, run through till 9 o'clock. We managed to catch quite a lot of those flights in to get all the DHLs in, 747s as well. And when the night's been really clear and the sun's been just setting, you get those departures. If you have a look back, probably a couple of weeks ago, I think there's a video on there, the one 747.
So I normally watch Ted Coningsby sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's who I sometimes watch because I'd like to go to Coningsby, but it's so far away.
If you get over that way, we've been.
Where would you park if you was to park?
We went, I'll show you on the map.
Yeah, DLSR is so much better to take photos of an aircraft with.
The price. Once you've started, you can't stop. So.
See, I'm lucky because my granddad lended me his tripod.
Yeah.
While he's given me, because he never takes photos anymore. But I've seen a DLSR camera for about 115 quid in CX. It's a Canon E550, I think it is. Yeah. It's a nice camera, but I've only just got this one, so I've got to get the use out of it.
Yeah.
It's like, this one was bought by my family.
Yeah.
Everybody put the money together. Everybody joined prices to buy for Christmas. It's about 400 quid camera, so I'm just like, got to get use out of it. Because if I go out and buy myself another camera and start using that one more, they'll be like, is ours not good enough? And I'll be just like, but it's like, I just want this one.
You're always after something better, that better image quality. So that's what I started at, just like that, and then it's built into this. I think that one's effectively about 12 times zoom or something. It's a 600mm lens. So that's how I started out. I think I had the Panasonic FZ82, something like that. It's very similar to that one. And that's how I started out taking photos with that. And it mothballed into this. So
it's just a shame that I've come one before Christmas came. We came just before, and you know, you probably know this airport off the back of your hand. But that hangar over there holds a P-51 and a Spitfire, and I was so lucky to capture it starting up and taking off. But it was taking off from that direction, and I got it just as it came past the tree, and it lifted off the ground, and I was like, but I didn't have a camera at the time. If I had a camera, I'd have been like that. Because with a phone, you get about 10 times zoom on it.
Yeah.
On my iPhone 10. But with this, you've got 200, you can go all the way up to 208, and it's like I can see people in the control tower doing their job, and it's just okay, because it was a lad who stood next to me, and he's there zoomed in with his actual camera, and he's just there the pilot's just got into it now, it's just starting up, and I'm just there I can't even see it with my eye.
That's like what we can see on this. It's literally, with this camera, we can go all the way, and I can literally show you. If you look on the screen there, we can sort of get all the way into the terminal building on it, so it can keep going basically.
That's mad.
So I think that's got about 1500 times zoom or something like that on it.
Came a few weeks back just before we went on holiday, and we seen
JCB one. Yeah.
That was cool.
Back to the garage.
See, I've just started printing as well, so I'm trying to get prices up and everything like that, because I'd eventually like to sell my photos and things.
Yeah.
I've just got one framed recently with the 747. Looks nice, but
I'll catch this. I think the Ryanair's just landed.
Yeah.
I'll catch this and I'll show you some photos I got from. Just give us 2 minutes, I'll show you. So look there in the Ryanair service from Mahon now, just landing in. There we go. Registration on this one, Echo India Echo November Tango. Flight time 2 hours and 11 minutes at the point of touching down this afternoon. And just a short way behind this one then, quickly making their way towards Milton Keynes, the Helvetic, Embraer and the Jet 2 service. In from Malaga. There we go, we'll stick on this one. Just for the time being. There we go, get that one in frame. That one taxiing just a little further down now. You see in the 747 on the radar, I think this fictitious one, that one, it always comes up. It's just I think there's that one and there's a 757, I think. They're just never taking it off the radar. So I think everybody comes down to see it and then realises it's not here. And I think that one coming in is about 20 minutes away, so at least you'll get to see one of them. They're on it, just pulling in there then. The Airport Fire Service making their way on the runway then.
Going to the race.
Bye.
I don't think it
You're
would.
doing a fire drill.
Oops.
Malta Air. I like the look of it. So that's alright. Oh wait, there's a Malta Air taking off as well, 420.
No.
Oh yeah. That's fun. I guess the last one was
The Helvetic just about 15 minutes away from us in there.
Did you know why there was a fire engine?
They're just doing a bit of a practice run down the runway. Just a practice. The Helvetic not too far out then. You should be seeing that one in about 10 minutes time.
So I've joined the aviation photography Facebook, and they've got a page for the yeah, like any yeah. I like this art. Yeah. See, I'm limited right now. Camera on.
Well, you probably did.
So maybe you should. Yeah. That costs way over. Yeah. You build yourself up. Yeah. Bridge camera like that. That literally, if I didn't have the ability to stream yeah. Yeah. I'd like to change the job as well. That's the biggest one for me is the job. Minimum wage, long standing job. I'd like to train them, so that's the way I want to go. That's where I'd like to be, but it's just getting harder each time. So the hardest thing
There's one in the woods. That's wood.
Yeah, I'd like to upgrade to just a standard like cheap DLSR, just so I can learn on just so I can learn on DLSR and then move from the bridge to that and then get myself like work myself up from that. Because the better I get with the DLSR, the better I'll be when I get the bigger ones.
It's got the difference between the bridge and the DSLR is as well.
Yeah. Because it's not the camera body which costs more, it's the lens is for.
The lens is twice as much as the lens.
Yeah. So I've always been told, like I've been told by one photographer, always go second hand. It's the best way to do it. Yeah. It's what I've been looking at. It's like I think it's a D550 Canon camera. DLSR, and it's in CEX for £115 right now, and something like that. If I go and buy that, I know that it's only body, I'd have to buy a lens for it, but I'd rather buy a £115 camera than something like that thing brand new would have been like 450 quid, 500 quid. You're spending that on a lens. So ideally I get it. Never been before. Yeah. Yeah. What's the best, like, so with the brick, at the moment I've got mine f7.6, 1 to 1000, an EV of 0.0 and an iOS of 4.
So at the minute I'm set up as, so I'm at f10,
Yeah.
It really depends on the cameras or what it'll go to.
Mine does it all automatic, so it's weird. Yeah. I've never been able to set my F. Like if I zoom, for example, if I zoom in, it changes the change the shutter speed. So you got aperture priority. Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, that's nice. So probably not to be probably a good range. Yeah. Do a couple of shots and then just see what you zoom in. See what it looks like when you zoom in. Best way, just have a See, there's always a kestrel which is like floating around the airfield down there. And there's that Spitfire, I've got a picture of it on my phone. And if I had a camera at the time, I think I could have done way better with it. But the Spitfire took off here, and the kestrel was hovering just above it. And if I got it like perfectly in shot, it would have been a kestrel and Spitfire together, and that would have made my day. But when the 747 came in last, it was so when I seen it come in, there was two aircraft like they do a DHL behind. And that beat it in, it was given priority over the DHL. And they both came around at the same time. I got it, but then the DHL was slightly cut off and I'm just like... the 747 came in, the DHL had to do a go around, which took another half an hour for it to go around. It makes no sense how a flight just going around like that takes half an hour, but... Yeah. Yeah, there's a P-51 up somewhere today. I've seen it on Flight Radar earlier. Yeah. Came up as a bloody fight. The only thing I don't like about Flight Radar, I've tracked a B-17 flying over my area before as a helicopter. You know, I'm so, how was I meant to know that was a B-17? I get really annoyed because the last couple of weeks there've been Apaches flying in this direction, and then what they'll do is they'll divert just before, and I'm just like that. If I carried on, it would have been flying straight over my house. I think the best one is a Chinook, which flew at 400 feet above my house. That was, and at the time, because we had them fly over quite regularly. Yeah. I was in like my bedroom just playing on my video games, and I'm just there like that. All right, I'm not going to go downstairs. I've heard it's coming, and then just there like that. It's going to be enough in the distance, and then it got louder and louder and louder. So I looked out my bedroom window, and there it was, just coming straight towards us at 400 feet. I'm just there like, I've got to go downstairs without my phone. So when I tell people are like this.
I know.
The only thing about the 7.4 is it uses all the runway, so that's one good
You
thing.
should get a good shot of it today, hopefully. Next in then, NetJet Cessna Citation making its way down from Edinburgh. This is a bit of a silent one. It's there somewhere, it looks like it's going to vacate a little early. No visual on it just yet. Hopefully it's out there somewhere. Looks like it's just vacated off the runway, making its way towards the Jet 2 aircraft in front of us. There you go, just about visual with that one. So it breaks through the line of the trees there. Have a quick look around. There we go then.
A little private one.
Just a tiny one. And the Helvetic shouldn't be too far behind this one at all.
But when that Spitfire came in, it was just luck. Well, when it went out, it was just luck.
Yeah.
See, I used to, on my phone, what I could do is video in 4K, get a lot better quality photos, and then in the videos I can just take cuts out.
Yeah.
Do it that way. Just chop them trees down.
I know. That one making its way down onto the signature stand now then. And the Helvetic touching down on runway 27. There we go then. Its counterpart should be out a little later this afternoon. The only difference is the digit, one digit in the registration. I think it's ending Mike rather than November. There we go, that one just disappearing then behind the hangars there. Jet 2 service in from Malaga, and the Jet 2 service pinging up, departing out to Palma this afternoon. The Ryanair 747 on final approach now into East Midlands.
Typhoons which landed here and then took off.
Yeah. There we go then, the Jet 2 service in from Malaga this afternoon. Registration Golf Delta Romeo Tango Foxtrot. Flight time 2 hours and 28 minutes.
No way at all that thing's going in 2 minutes.
And the Jet 2 back off to Palma there, just vacating off the apron.
A lot of excitement up here. On toes, hold on, just jump.
The 747 on final approach now then into East Midlands. This one in from Astana. Flight time 7 hours and 23 minutes. So this one will land onto runway 27, hopefully make its way down all the way past us.
I'm just there like having to switch on my mobile data going, I'm going to use my fucking credit.
The 747 in now then. Whoops, there we go. All set up. There we go then. 10747 Golf Oscar November Echo Echo. First time we managed to catch this one back on the stream at East Midlands. When it's back in service. This one was with us for a number of weeks while that number one engine was out of service. Unfortunately, everybody's just as eager as us this afternoon to catch this one. So a few heads in the way, unfortunately. We've been quite fortunate to catch a lot of the 747 freighters out of East Midlands recently. This one making its way back down to the start of runway 27 then. And the Jet 2 off to Palmer. Oops, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, they've been in quite a lot.
Yeah.
You managed to get one? You managed to get some good photos?
I didn't get to see it coming to land because it was
That's the thing, isn't it?
It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was at work at the time, so I was like, oh. But I was like, we need to go and make a journey after work. Finished at 2. I was like, I need to go and make a journey to just go and get a photo of it. How often do you get to see a C-130? Because you don't fly them from England anymore.
No.
They've been retired.
No,
it was on the day I seen actually Mr. JCB's helicopter take off. That was pretty cool. Weren't expecting it, to be honest.
You've seen the jet as well?
Seen the jet?
The JCB jet?
No, not yet. He goes off regularly though, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, if you look...
yeah, that was the scene.
Set that up. Nice.
Then we've had some rare 747s here and a rare 777 which came in with the cancer support on the
Yeah.
side of it, which was extreme, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've got the DHL one with the At One Against Cancer livery.
Yeah.
And then I think we've not captured or seen it yet. I think there's been the Ethiopian 777 freighter in. What else have we seen? A lot of the 747s, all of the One Air 747s.
124 coming that often anymore? Or?
We did, not the 124. I'll show you.
225, that's destroyed, so that ain't going to be
Yeah, that's gone. We'll just take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I feel sorry for my partner.
She can sit with me on the chat.
She ain't going to look forward to race. We're camping for the whole weekend we are. Oh, I hope it does. Except for on Sunday. Sunday, I don't want it to rain, so that's the day we're going. If it rains on Sunday, I'm going to be very disappointed. The only thing I don't like about RIA is they don't tell you which specific days aircraft are doing the display on. So of course you can't ever go, oh yeah, they're flying on this specific day, that's the aircraft I want to see fly, I'm going to go on that day. Until you, like both Saturday and Sunday are both 7-hour displays, so they both give the same amount of time to view everything. But we're going Thursday night, well Thursday in the day, and then just skip all the traffic, get on the campsite and set up and everything like that and watch the arrivals. And then once the arrivals come in on the Friday, stay for the Saturday just on the campsite taking photos, and then on Sunday we're going onto the base to take, and just dive, get completely air penetrated, like, I'm not looking forward to that. They say take air muffs, no. Oh, what a bit. There was a Voyager a few months back as well, KC.
We'll be streaming it. If there's anything special coming in, we'll try and stream that. Yeah. So this was the other week. This was the Illusion the other week. 76. This was making its way up to record. Or something like that. So skip through something. It's a bit dark, but what was it? Literally straight in front of us there. All of the canopy underneath. That's all glass. Yeah. It's all lit up. So you can literally see it smack on there, see everything going off in beyond it. Have a look, like the spotters loops and everything for the airport. Have a look around there, they'll tell you.
Yeah.
This thing's like... This was the Saudi A330 Malaga. That was the MRTT, the multi-role transport ticket. That's got all the fuel and stuff on the back of it. That'd have been a good show. So there's that one, and then this thing.
See, my only day off so far is Thursday, so it's peeling in the backside.
Well, some of these coming on the weekends.
Yeah.
If you've got the weekends, have a look. That was the one of 747.
You know, on that specific day, we got everything, like, we were getting ready for dinner, and it was flying just past in the distance, and you could see the vapours come off the back of it.
Yeah. Stuff like that, if you're around when the sun's like that,
yeah.
They just, sort of have to play it by ear because some of the stuff doesn't appear on radar.
No.
Sharp at all.
It's like that Spitfire. The Spitfire won't show until it's left the ground and it's come back in again. The rest of the day you're just like, they're like too late by then, you can't get in, it's done. That's why I'm waiting for Rhea, because Rhea, you're going to know that there's things flying every day. It's just, we're lucky that we live at this airport, because there's some of the things you see, you won't see at any other airport.
There's not the volume of traffic like other airports, but you don't get...
It's like my mate on Discord, he's there like, oh, do you get the 747s going to yours? Because he lives near Heathrow. And I'm just there like, yeah, we get the...
the One Airs.
The One Airs, the Silkways and all of that. And he's there like, you've stole every single one off us now. He's there like, they don't land at Heathrow anymore. They only land
No, they don't. I think One Air left Heathrow to come up here.
Yeah. Well, I worked out it cost over £6 million to land and take off the 747 every year. Just about.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
It cost nearly 20 grand just to park it up and leave it here overnight for 2 days.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Is it worth it?
Yeah, the landing fee, it looks simple, doesn't it? Flying in and flying out. But when you look at the landing fees, stand fees, all the rest of it, it gets very, very expensive.
It's just hilarious how East Midlands actually publishes it on Google, and it's there like you can just search it up and just have a look randomly about it. It's like, no.
Yeah.
And the passenger ones don't have to pay anything. They're only landing and taking off these.
That's why they're all up in the air as much as they can be to avoid the fees. So it gets really expensive otherwise.
Yeah, planes don't earn money when they're on the ground, do they?
No. Well, yeah, you get the DHLs, you get a lot of variety. Like you got the A300 on the end of the stand there. That's that, and the 757 there. Probably some of the older ones in the fleet.
Yeah.
And you get the 777. I think there's one coming in a bit. We had that one on its first visit.
It's like, it's what wound me up a few months back. Well, I think it was 2023 or 2024. They rejected a 787 Dreamliner here, which we're calling Midday because it had 20 minutes left of fuel.
Yeah.
And then they refused its access because the aircraft size weren't accepted here. And you're just there like, that was definitely a 747 I'd just seen landed there, like,
Yeah, they just, for whatever reason, I think they recategorised it, and it's not an emergency airport anymore for anybody really. But it's just, we do have the Chewy 787 that comes in, not regularly, but it's just on a schedule, on a charter schedule over to Barbados. But apart from that, you've got every other aircraft type here. 777, the 747. Being the biggest.
You have accepted the 225 before. It's like,
Well, that used to park just over there, the 225.
And made every other aircraft look small.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if it took up half of that space.
There's nothing, I think, there's probably 4 stands there, I think. I think it took up all of them. That's why.
Landed there like twice.
Well, that's why it's recessed a bit. So you see that just the start of the apron there, it goes in, so you can still use that taxiway. But when it was here, this was probably 10 years ago now, a long, long time ago. But literally the tail of that aircraft, it was where you got your pylon there, the little building. It was overhanging that. That's how far back it went. It's a massive thing, absolutely massive.
Do you enjoy it though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For us, it's building up something. I'd be like you, be out here taking pictures anyway, and it's just spiralled into this. It's just a different perspective to taking it. Not like we've got in the chat. If one person watches it, 100 people watch it, we're doing it for a reason. It's not for to compete with anybody, or there's quite a nice community between us and some streamers at Manchester as well that we talk to quite regularly, and it's building up like a little community.
One thing I want to go to is one of the bigger ones where they accept 380s.
If you get up to Manchester, like we've got, if you look at Flight, there's Think Planes, Jones and Planes, who else have we got? There's Simon Lowe as well up there. They're all regularly streamed from Manchester.
I don't like heights, so the Mac loops off the question.
But, if you look at their streams, Jones and Planes and Flight, they all stand on the south side of Manchester, and you get the full, not obstructed like this. You got from start all the way to the end of the runway, and you got 2 runways as well.
It's a shame about like the trees being there. 'Cause if they weren't there, you'd get.
Well, the airport owns them, and they've got a preservation order against them, so you can't do anything unless there's a strong wind.
Yeah.
There's not a lot you can do about it. But it's one of those things that, you know, you just have to work around.
Yeah. I suppose that's like one of the biggest things as well when you live streaming like you are now. Like people coming up. Like, you know, yeah. But I mean like screaming.
Get a bit distracted. I mean, we got full control over the audio, so it can knock it right back. I just got the microphone on the minute. That's got noise cancelling on it, so
Can you see the jet? Oh, Jim.
knocked out. The noise is knocked out.
I'm definitely watching it when I get back. It's mine as well. In the end,
Just have a look back if nothing else.
I
Just
like LFA.
Yeah.
Good car as well.
That's what we just did. It is what it is. Live flight action, and it's not.
It's
We're live. It's flight, and it's action in front of you. So it's.
Are you always live?
Yeah. We put some videos on. There's a few shorts on there. There's stuff on TikTok as well. Like we've got some shorts on YouTube, but mainly live.
See, I've just like because I'd like to. What I'm trying to do is I'd like to get photos, frame and take like print photos, and then sell them, and then buy better camera and equipment with the money I make off it. So I'm not eating into my own like wage. I can just have fun, and while having fun, I can earn a bit of money off it. It's you know, my partner does bracelet making, so I'd like to just have a go at creating a little bit of extra income.
You got to give it a try. You say.
Takes half of it off.
Yeah.
Cash in hand.
So this started out as a hobby, and it's grown into growing into what it is.
Full time now.
We're just 2 evenings a week. We do it Tuesday evening and Thursday evening. So I'm usually here. There's literally nobody else here. There's me in here, and then there's Stuart in the shop down there, and we're the only 2 people here. So you literally got the airport to yourself.
We had one a few weeks back. Cessna, just normal, like single engine. Took off, and halfway up its engine cut out. It went from being literally hearing it to silence, and it just started. So it took off, its engine cut, and all me and my partner could see is the plane just slowly losing altitude and keeping its nose up. And I'm just like that. If he doesn't get that engine back on soon, he's going in that field.
Yeah, you don't want to crash around here, do you?
No. That would have been the end of the day, and we would have all been witnesses to a crash. That's really not what I wanted to see.
Well, you just like the photography, and you just got to have a crack at it and see where it leads you. There's no point saying, wish I'd have done it, or it's one of those things you just got to.
The reason I started was because I normally play on my consoles too much, and I lost interest in model building. I've still got all the models. I've got a pile of shame which I'm never going to probably touch. I'd want to, but then of course that just cost me way over 400 or 500 for all the paints and airbrushes and everything like that. Then I just lose interest in hobbies. Like I'll start one, lose interest in it, start one. But this is one of interest I'm never going to fall out of. It's something which I enjoy, because the video games I play are military based. I play a game called War Thunder, and it's all military aircraft, tanks, planes, boats, which have all been used, Eurofight Typhoons and everything like
Oh no, that jet too.
And it just, you go from that to this, and it's just the same. It's like you never escape it.
You see it move.
There's always few problems.
Yeah.
It's just the natural game of it. I mean, I'm not competitive actually. People want to I'm not chasing after everybody else's audience, so it's just, we're here, I'd be doing exactly the same as you, photographing stuff or doing stuff, so we're just alive with it. And, if it helps one person, or we probably get between 3,000 and 6,000 people watching it, which is not a big number, but
it's something, you know, you've got to do it. Yeah. You've got to think how many people find an interest in aircraft. Not many people do. It's something quite hard. It's always astounds me how a plane of that, for example, 747 size, can take off at 443 ton.
it doesn't look like it, does it? It's not like it at all. But it's scary what they can take, especially when you look underneath all the plastic and things are actually it's holding it together.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot at all. So it's a good feat of engineering.
They could, so that's what it takes.
Something good to get into.
Just think about how it's going to get the air shut.
Yeah. And then of course
I have to try to focus really fast and then take a picture.
Every type of photography I want to stick with them, things I enjoy at the moment. See, we went on a ferry not long back and we discovered
there's a Jet 2 landing and a Jet 2 taking off. And they both look.
And I'm just there like,
I'm
there like walking around
take off
and everything like that with my camera
I wonder
taking
if the
photos
ones
and
that
shit,
take off.
taking photos of the views and stuff like that. And my granddad's always like one of these people who are like, how much zoom does your camera actually have? So I took one photo of it fully zoomed out of the lighthouse, which was on top of a hill, like on top of a couple of hills. And I was like, I zoomed all the way into 208, and I went, zoom, and I went, Grandad, that's how much zoom I got. He said, like, you can't even see it. I was like, you're not meant to.
It's scary when it's at consumer level like that.
Yeah.
Think about what level the military has got. And that is, it's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, and then of course, he's always on at me about how the 747 lands and takes off, and I'm just there like that. He's there like, does it turn around at the end of the runway and like go back down the runway? I'm like, no, it goes on the taxiway. Is it usually the taxiway's big enough? Yeah. So I went on flight radar, I zoomed all the way in and went into live feed, and I was just like, oh, there we are. But yeah, I love it. It's mint. You know,
Yeah.
What I'd like is that happening again though. I'd love that thing to open one day and just take off.
So when it gets a bit warmer into June, July, they usually fly it out quite often, especially with the air shows coming up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of the older air show like Duxford and things like that. Yeah. They'll have it out for that. Just keep it.
51 goes off with it sometimes as well.
Yeah. Yeah, just keep an eye out for it. It won't ping up, but there'll be people knowing about where it is and what it's doing.
Always like messaging me, oh, have you seen this today? I was like, no, I didn't think to look outside. And it's a Griffin engine, that one, isn't it, as well? So
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's a late there. It's actually a spy plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was used to spying. Very long history that plane has.
Does a very good job at staying covert, doesn't it?
Its undercarriage fell off here once.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad that the Battle of Britain's back up again now. Like of course the pilot died, and of course that's not very nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the Battle of Britain flight's back up and running again.
If you can't get to Coningsby and see the Lancaster out there, that's good. I'll show you. I'll get this Jet 2, and I'll show you the Lancaster we got there as well. The Jet 2 service out now then. This one looks like it may rotate a little early.
I'm going to go and eat. I'm starving.
It's alright. You see those engines spooling towards us? There we go. Well, I don't know about a little early, but that was Quite a late rotation from the Jet 2 there. There we go, that one off into the sun there. Out to Gran Canaria this afternoon. Registration Golf Delta Foxtrot Charlie. And the Jet 2 inbound from Lanzarote then. And the Malta Air in behind that one as well.
Get them off, put them down.
Gran Canaria.
Well, I want to show you the plane script, right? We're actually in South with the plane.
There we go, that one off into the cloud there. It's not quite high, the cloud base. We'll go just disappearing off now. Next service in there, the Jet 2 in from Lanzarote. And the Malta Air making its way in, just a few minutes behind that as well. And I think the Malta Air coming in, that'll probably be a good point to end on this evening. So there's a bit of a lacking traffic inbound and outbound now. So we'll probably end with the inbound of that Malta Air. So another 10 minutes or so and then we'll get packed up, call it a day I think. So thanks to everybody who's been with us from this morning into the early hours of this afternoon. Good to have you with us again. We've managed to bring you a bit of action. It's lagging a bit at East Midlands this afternoon, but good variety of aircraft. 747 landed in just a while ago, and that Helvetic Embraer as well in from Zurich. The Jet 2 in front of us though. This one in from Lanzarote. Registration on this one, Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Yankee, flight time 3 hours and 29 minutes.
We've got Malta Air 318. Oh wait. Oh yeah, that's coming up in 1 second.
We'll finish on the Malta Air then.
You probably went on.
Very Jet 2 dense over there at the minute then. A lot of Jet 2 aircraft on stand, but the Malta Air should be on final now. Let's have a look at this one. That one making its way towards Kegworth, just passing through 1,000 feet. Should be the second time catching this one on the stream.
Can't go with Dad. Didn't you want to go with Dad?
said you had to.
It's a lot.
Oh, I know. Nick. I know. Well, it's absolutely up to you.
Last aircraft in. Then this afternoon, the Malta Air making its way in from Rhodes. Registration on this one, 9 Hotel. Victor Uniform Echo. Flight time on this one, 3 hours and 42 minutes. This one delivered in June 2021. There we go then, the Malta Air landing in from Rhodes. We'll watch this one on to stand and then we'll end the stream there. Bit of a different livery for us this afternoon.
It looks exactly like the one that took off last time. Ryanair at 350. And the Malta Air takes it for 6.
Malta Air just making use of a bit of extra taxiway there as it makes its way onto the apron. There we go, that one turning on now. There we go, that one pulling on to stand then. Let's go close-up view of that one if we can. There we go, then the Malta Air in from Rhodes pulling in on to stand. And with that arrival then, I think we're going to call it a day at that. We're going to go and get something to eat and get everything packed away. So thank you very much to everybody who's been with us from this morning into this afternoon. It's been good to have you with you. Thank you very much to everybody who's stopped by as well to have a good chat with us. It's been great to speak with everybody here again. But from us at the Aeropark this afternoon, thank you very much to all of our returning subscribers and members, and to all of our new subscribers as well. We've been Live Flight Action. Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the next stream.
Bye.